Welcome, everyone, to the next episode of. In fact, let me turn this down a little bit more. There we go. I think I finally got the music figured out. So, welcome to the next episode, or I guess installment, of Deer in Projector Lights. And this time, I actually didn't get to see a whole lot. While fantastic. Fast and Furious 9 is the big release this weekend. I actually had family in town, so I didn't get to do a whole lot. Plus, my life is falling apart and, it becoming, bleh, words. I'm good at words. And, so yeah, I can't exactly go out to see every new release like I would like, but there's still plenty of stuff on streaming that I also didn't really get a chance to see. So there's only two really things I saw over the past week, and then I decided to fill up the rest of the time with a tier list. So let's get started. So the first thing I managed to see in terms of new releases, and pretty much the only new release I actually got the chance to see, was a little thing called Wish Dragon. If you haven't heard about this, it's probably because Netflix is doing a terrible job of promoting it, but Wish Dragon is from... what's the studio name? Let me get the actual studio behind it. We've got Columbia, Sony Pictures Animation. They're doing it on the American end. And then Tencent Pictures, Base FX. So I guess Tencent, the people behind, oh god, what's the big thing Tencent does? Oh god, they also did Rock Dog. What is Tencent behind video game wise? I know them from something. Apparently they do WeChat. I didn't know that. What's the big game that they're behind? League of Legends? No. Honor of Kings. Dungeon Fighter Online. That's right, they're behind Riot Games. And a bunch of other stuff. They've got their fingers in a lot of pies going on there. But apparently, yeah. So yeah, this is a co-production between Tencent, essentially, and Sony Pictures. And Sony decided, along with their other productions, The Mitchells versus the Machines, and the upcoming, oh god, what's that one called? It's the one with Lin-Manuel in it. Vivo. So Vivo and Mitchells versus the Machines, and this Wish Dragon got sent to Netflix, while Peter Rabbit and Hotel Transylvania get to see time on the big screen. So give you an idea of who exactly Sony Pictures has faith in. But Wish Dragon is actually a really solid movie. On its surface, it looks like basically Chinese Aladdin. Given the fact that you've got this kid who's in the lower class wanting to go after somebody in the higher class, and he gets a hold of a magical wish-granting magical being that only grants him 3 wishes, and the being is snarky and comical, but beyond that surface level, it is actually a much different type of movie. Aladdin is very much in that Disney vein. Wish Dragon has a lot more going about it that's very Chinese culturally speaking. It's much more of this commentary on the sort of class divide in China, and how the pursuit of reaching the upper class will drive people to do crazy things, and the fact that what ultimately matters is that it doesn't matter what class you're in. In fact, the upper class is much more of a pain from what they're showing. But as long as you're with those you love, then it doesn't really matter that you're upper, lower, whatever class. And it's a story about rekindling a friendship between, I've forgotten the names. Shoot. Lena is the girl, and why can't I words good? Din Song and Lena Wang are the friends. They form a friendship in like kindergarten, essentially primary school, and then at one point Lena's father gets really rich and they become upper class, hoi polloi society people, and Din just wants the chance to rekindle that friendship and basically romance because he's got a major crush on her, and it never really goes anywhere. It's not much of a romance. They do care more about the friendship rekindling than the actual romance, than there being any actual romance, which is another difference between this and, although that could just be the dub speaking. The dub could have changed things. I don't know how accurate one to the other the dub is to the original Chinese script, but in any case, Din finds this teapot, this jade teapot, which contains a wish dragon, voiced by John Cho. And initially, Long the dragon is a snarky, narcissistic, thinks he's got society all figured out, and only sees things in the superficial. But it's through being around Din that Long kind of gets a chance to look back on his life and he's got this whole backstory that he goes into at one point, and it's about Long realizing that Din's kind of got the right idea more than he does. And while that's going on, there's some thugs working for a mysterious figure that there's a big twist about, and then there's some climactic showdown between the lead thug, played by Aaron Yu, known only as Pockets, and Din. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, Wish Dragon is kind of a sleeper hit. I hope that more people discover it, like with Mitchell's versus the Machines. It's not as tight. I think the dubbing is not perfect. There's some dubs that are almost on par with their original voice language. A lot of the Disney era Ghibli dubs are phenomenal, but this kind of, it could be a bit hit or miss. The syncing can be off, and you can tell that it's a dub pretty badly in some points, but overall the cast is phenomenal. You've got Jimmy Wong, who is probably best known for, I guess, Video Game High School. Young up-and-coming actor and musician. John Cho, as I mentioned. Constance Wu plays Din's mom. Natasha Liu Bordizzo, who was in the Netflix Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon sequel. It plays Lena, as well as Netflix. She's apparently major in Netflix stuff. She's also in The Society on Netflix. Anything else? That seems to be it. She was also in Guns Akimbo. I don't know who she played, but she was also in Greatest Showman. So, I mean, some fairly young up-and-comers. And then you've got Jimmy O. Yang from Silicon Valley and from Get Smart, the movie. He was the one comedic sidekick that was in that movie. What's the other thing he was? He's also in. He was also apparently a bit part in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Was that not him? That must not have been him. I'm thinking of somebody else, I guess. Oh, he was in oh god, he was in Fantasy Island. Ugh. But he was also in Crazy Rich Asians, Happy Time Murders. Uh, Mainly, he's known for Silicon Valley as John Yang, and apparently he was also in the We Bare Bears movie this year. But yeah, Jimmy O Yang, he's a young comedian. You've also got Ronnie Chiang from The Daily Show as a one of the characters. Bobby Lee plays one of the goons. So I mean, it's a solid voice cast overall, but I think the problem is how it tries to match the dialogue 1-to-1 between the English and the I'm assuming Chinese Mandarin actual lip movements. I mean, that's always been a problem when you've tried to dub stuff. I personally always preferred they just sub things and people just have to deal with the reading. I know not everybody can watch a movie and read the subtitles, but I feel like that's the best way to watch a foreign language film, a film outside of your own language. That way you can hear it in its original dialogue, in its original form. It's like, there's another movie I watched, I watched a Spanish language movie that was dubbed into English for Netflix. Oh god, what was that thing called? I watched it like way earlier in the year, like around January or something like that. When was it? Not that. Where the heck is it? Below Zero. Yeah, it was from Spain. It was originally in Spanish, but the Netflix put the English dub as their main one, and they did this with a bunch of stuff. Charming was another one I watched earlier in the year that that looked like and felt like it was an English dub of a foreign language film, and I feel like the default should be the original language, but clearly that's never gonna be a thing. Anyway, there really isn't much to say. It's a really gorgeous animation, absolutely beautiful animation, especially with Long and the way they utilize him being a magical, magical creature, and his whole interactions with the modern world. Because apparently he's been in his teapot for long enough that he's not aware of the various changes. He's still in a pre-modern sort of idea of the world, so he has no idea how a lot of stuff works. So he was in that pot for a long time. I think I mentioned like 1,000 years or something like that. But yeah, in terms of this kind of tale, I think it does a good job of tackling the idea of, like, when it comes to these wish stories, the overall goal is to find out what it is you truly want, is something that you've kind of had there the whole time, and that you just need to, magic's not going to solve your problems. You just need to, you're better off solving things yourself. And yeah, Din doesn't. It's not through magic that Din reconnects with Lena. It's through his own actual, like, rekindling of their friendship, like actually talking to her. And yeah, the whole the showcasing of the class divide and how Lena's father is driven to the brink in order to try and maintain a lifestyle that Lena never wanted, but he thought she deserved. And it's this idea of, and
Din being envious of that lifestyle and wanting it for himself, only for him to kind of realize that maybe that's not what he wants. He just wants his friend back, and he wants, and he's all concerned about the kind of life that his mom's trying to provide and all this. It's a really solid. I do love the sort of community around Din and his mom, where they live. It's a really solid. It's a really fun sort of group of characters that don't get a lot of development, but are fun, like, side characters. The only thing I would say is that the villains are not very good. Like, Jafar was a very well-defined villainous character. He was a power-hungry, greedy person who wanted to use magic to get his way to the top in order to rule over people, whereas Aladdin wanted to get to somewhere above poverty because he was tired of living in poverty. And here the villains are just kind of henchmen for the most part, and then by the very end we're supposed to have like a big boss battle, and it just feels like very ill-defined, especially since a lot of the times the goons are essentially comedic characters. It's basically like having the final battle be between the hyenas from the original Lion King and not Scar, It's like, oh no, the final battle is between Aladdin and Iago the whole time. Oh no. Turns out Iago is the big bad this whole time. It's just like, I think that's probably the weakest part of this. Everything else is fairly solid. The animation is gorgeous. The voice casting is solid. I probably recommend you see it in the Mandarin dub, because I feel like that's the better option, but the English voice cast is all excellent for the most part. It's just a matter of, I feel like the dub, there's something lost in the dub that may be there in the original Mandarin dub. But yeah, Wish Dragon, really solid. Check it out on Netflix. Definitely not one to sleep on. Meanwhile, the only other movie I saw was actually alongside the Discord of Midi the Patata. I think it's Batata is her Twitch handle. But Midi's a streamer. I found her through Mermaider, and I joined her Discord, and we have a lot of fun. I think, and this time around, the movie we watched was something I had actually never seen before, and that is Actually, let me put the poster up. The Velocipastor. So, if you aren't familiar with the Velocipastor, good for you. You've led a better life than mine. Basically all you need to know is that the Velocipastor deals with a priest who, through a Chinese cursed dragon fang, quote unquote, turns into a dinosaur and uses his newfound powers to kill people with his hooker sidekick. And that's basic. I mean, that's the kind of things, like, you hear that and you think, oh, this is gonna be so bad. Like, this very much wants to be in the same vein as Birdemic or The Room, one of those so bad it's fun movies, or in the same vein as like Samurai Cop or any number of things from Canon Pictures. Those kind of Z grade, cheap, low budget garbage movies that clearly had no idea what they were doing and everyone was on coke the whole time. This wants to be that, but is nowhere near as fun to be that. The best thing this movie has going for it is the pun in the title, because everything else is Like, there's just enough here to show that they are trying to be tongue-in-cheek, but they just are not good enough at that. And what you end up getting is just a slog of a movie to sit through that's not good enough to be worth watching, but not fun enough to riff at. It's just lazy and bad. Like, it opens up with a VFX stand-in message. You know, basically, like, if you've seen the old video of Linkara and Filmbrain, and I forget who else, but I know Linkara and Filmbrain were part of it. I think Nash was there. It was an old Channel Awesome crossover video where they reviewed the Wonder Woman pilot, and because it wasn't a fully realized pilot, there were messages like "pants to be darkened," and there was that. This movie opens with that kind of message for burning car. So basically, the lead character's parents get blown up in a car bomb, and instead of seeing like After Effects fire over top of the car, it just says the message VFX burning car, and then it cuts back to the lead character terribly acting about his parents' death. And this movie is just awful to sit through, because I mean, you've got actors who just are not very good, period, and especially not at delivering the so bad it's good quality dialogue and deliveries that you've seen in things like The Room and Birdemic. This feels like it's trying to mimic that, but not be that. But it's just not that natural. You know, it's basically a copy of the kind of stuff you see in those kinds of bad movies where they were earnestly terrible. This is like tongue-in-cheek terrible, and it's just not clever enough to be really fun. It just is bad. Not to mention the fact that it's done so cheaply that I think the point was they could, like, that's the thing. Even with the budget they had, they could have easily made a fun B movie about a preacher becoming a velociraptor. They could have had some decent stuff going on, but instead it's basically like trying to be a copycat of the terrible Canon Pictures and, you know, direct-to-video grade garbage that you'd see in like the 80s and 90s. What's the other one? Anchor Bay? I think Anchor Bay was another one of those sort of pumping out terrible stuff studios that just only dealt in direct-to-video stuff, and all their stuff is cheap garbage with some fun stuff in there. Some fun garbage, but it's still garbage. But this is just completely incoherent. It just has nothing has really anything to do with each other. The scenes don't really have anything to do with each other. They're just generally stitched together tropes, things like there's random Vietnam flashbacks. There's just, you know, there's the big reveal that he's turned into a dinosaur is let in with a really lame sex joke. Like, the big long tease is that he thinks he had sex with a hooker, but he's a priest. And it turns out she's talking about the fact that he turned into a dinosaur. And I feel like, once again, these kind of things could be fun if they were trying to do it earnestly. But it's so tongue-in-cheek, like, aren't we being funny? Remember the bad movies that are like this? And it's not that. It's just not fun. It's tedious. It's an hour and 15 minutes, and it feels tedious to sit through. And then the big reveal is that, turns out the big bad are drug-dealing Templar ninjas from China. And I get that, like, it's trying to be that kind of like, oh, remember how bad movies back in the day would do these kind of things, and it's like, oh, it's ninjas, but they're from China this time, and it's like, it's just lazy, is what it is. And the climax, where they finally reveal the full dinosaur costume, is just terrible. And I think it was by that point, by the point in the climax where they fully cut back and show a fake film reel as it directly cuts fake film strip from him being in the suit to him not being in the suit, that I finally realized, oh, they're trying to be tongue-in-cheek about this. They're trying to be all Black Dynamite about this, but they suck at it. That's the thing, is that Black Dynamite has the same earnestness of a blaxploitation 70s era movie, and that's what makes it fun, because they're making it in the same vein as it's a parody, but the best parodies are always made in the same vein as what they're parodying. It's why people, it's like Robin Hood Men in Tights is a fun movie because it's because it fully leans into the Robin Hood story. Spaceballs leans into the sci-fi and the Star Wars parodies and whatnot. Trying to think of another really good satire or parody. The big one, Airplane. Airplane leaned into the fact that it's basically Airport 77, and that the jokes stem from that. The best parodies it's like Weird Al in his songs. His songs can sound almost identical to the original. And that's why his parodies work so well, because he is so good as to mimic the quality of the original while also adding in his own humor to it. So you're getting something that's in the same vein as the original, but then the jokes have been added alongside it. And this movie doesn't have any of that. It's not that clever. It's bad, but it's never the fun bad it aspires to be. It's just tedious bad. And that's saying something for a movie that's 75 minutes long. So yeah, The Velocipastor is just a terrible meme movie that you don't even need to bother checking out. It's not fun bad. You're better off watching Birdemic or The Room or one of the, something from Canon Pictures if you want a fun bad movie. This is just tedious bad. This is like sub-Asylum levels bad. So, give me just a second. I need to plug in my computer, and then we'll head up to the next thing. Okay, for some reason, the power cord, I gave it enough space to hang on the desk, but it still just wants to fall on the ground. I feel like I need a little grabby, little rubber stopper thing so I can slide the cord part into. In any case, we're gonna do something I didn't see a whole lot. I figured I'd use this week to do something that I've been working on for the last month or so. And that is the tier list. So yeah, over the course of May into June, I actually saw all 69, nice, of Disney's animated features, plus the live-action hybrids, plus a couple of the DisneyToon releases, specifically a Goofy movie and the Winnie the Pooh movies from DisneyToon, which led up to a total of 73 major motion pictures from Walt Disney Animation in one form or another. And I made a whole tier list. I had to make it from scratch because none of the ones on Tier Maker had what I was looking for. And I'm going to rank all 73 in order of release. And the thing is, I've been trying to do this since the beginning of June. And every single time I've tried to do it as a recording, something would happen and I couldn't get the recording out. I couldn't edit it down, I couldn't get the recording out in time, and so I'm just gonna use this opportunity now as a streamer to just get it out into the ether and be done with it and move on to the next one, because there's a couple of other tier lists I've been wanting to do. And normally the tier list will have a thing for haven't seen, don't know anything about, the sort of like gray area where they don't fit into the tier list. No, I wanted to be thorough, damn it. I watched every single one of these, and I'm gonna rank them. So let me get the list out for it, because I also made a list. There we go. Okay. So, we're gonna start things off with the big predecessor, the one that started it all. It all started with a magic apple. And I just gotta say that Snow White is B tier in my book. The thing about Snow White is that it's good for the time, but it just doesn't really hold up. Disney has proven they can do so much better than this movie. But in the same regard, Snow White is not terrible either. Snow White is, the way I look at it is, you've got S tier or 5-star movies. A tier are 4 and 4.5. B is 3 and 3.5. C is 2, 2.5. 1, 1.5, and F is half/0 stars. And Snow White is, I'd say, about a 3.5 star movie. It's not terrible. A lot of this animation actually manages to hold up after almost 100 years now. And I just feel like the story and they were still just limited by the fact that animation is a time-consuming process, and they didn't have a whole lot of time or money. It was a big endeavor, and he proved he could do it. So Snow White is perfectly good, perfectly fine Disney movie, but they would end up doing much better. In fact, I actually think the next movie in the list is much better. Pinocchio, I put in A tier, mainly because I feel like Pinocchio made some major improvements over Snow White in terms of the story, and I feel like the animation is even better, because especially with the shots of the surf and the foam, the sea foam when Monstro is going after Pinocchio and Geppetto, that looks absolutely gorgeous even now. And it's really interesting because Jiminy Cricket is actually kind of a lech in this movie. He's macking on these wooden figurine girls, and takes out his eyeglasses when the French can puppets come out. But yeah, it's a fun little story. I feel like it's the best iteration of Pinocchio that I've seen. Like, anytime they try to do too close to the original, it becomes like nightmarish. And I'm curious to see how the Guillermo del Toro one goes, because I mean, he's if anybody's gonna make a horror movie out of Pinocchio, it's gonna be him. It's gonna be just nightmarish to look at. But yeah, Pinocchio, it's kind of a hard story to adapt in and of itself, so trying to be too faithful, you end up with a kind of a hot mess, like Roberto Benigni movie. And so I feel like Disney kind of captured lightning in a bottle in that sense. There's going to be a lot of those movies on this list. Speaking of lightning in a bottle, his next follow-up, Fantasia, I think is even better than Pinocchio. The thing about Fantasia is that the end caps, the Ave Maria segment, and the Toccata and Fugue segments are the weakest parts. But everything in the middle is absolutely phenomenal, and I love the idea behind it. Yeah, I think my favorite segments would have to be the Rite of Spring, just because I feel like it's great use of that score, and because I love dinosaurs. The quintessential Sorcerer's Apprentice, as well as the Dance of the Hours is a lot of fun, and Night on Bald Mountain is just iconic. I feel like he missed his calling, because I feel like there's a way to handle this, and I'll talk about this more when the sequel comes up. But Fantasia, the original, is top-notch Disney, full-on A-tier. Now, the next one is actually not part of the canon so much as it is one of the first live-action hybrids he did as a feature film. The Reluctant Dragon, for those who don't know, is a documentary of sorts peeking into the behind-the-scenes process of the Disney animation studios. We get sneak peeks of Dumbo, Bambi, a couple of the Disney shorts. You get to see how they make Casey Jr.'s voice and the train sounds. There's a whole segment on the Foley creation, the artwork from sketch to ink and paint, and it all culminates in them adapting a short kids story called The Reluctant Dragon, which was about how a dragon wants to be more civilized and foppish, and so does the knight that is charged with defeating it. It's a fun short. I think the movie is a bit overlong, and I feel like the host of sorts, the guy that they follow around, this comedian from the era, just is not very funny. Even for the time, I feel like he's just kind of there. It'd be like if James Corden or Jimmy Fallon were being followed around at the Disney studios. I mean, it's just kind of unnecessary. I feel like you just could have had a documentary at that point. Especially since the whole idea is that this guy's pitching a book that he didn't even write. So, like, is that just a thing you can do as a person? You could just go in and say, hey, make a movie out of this thing that I have no connection with. Because, you know, like, rights were a thing. Rights were and are a thing. It's not how this works. So, yeah, it's weird. It was weird. But, yeah, it's perfectly serviceable. Right nicely in C tier. Back to the main canon. Next up is kind of a problematic classic of sorts. Put Dumbo right ahead of Snow White. I feel like Dumbo is slightly better than Snow White because, once again, the animation is getting better, the animation quality is improving as each film goes on, and I feel like the story of Dumbo is sweet and charming. I do feel like it does not good chunks don't hold up. Everybody remembers the Crows, and even though the lead character's name is not officially Jim Crow, the fact that they were using that pun in the character sheets at all kind of says a lot about working at the studio at the time. The people working there. Yeah, on top of that, you've also got the roustabout sequence, which I did not realize pretty much all. I don't think I saw a single non-dark-skinned face, like dark brown face of any of the workers. So I think they're implying that all of the roustabouts that set up the circus are all illiterate, black people, black men, and it's so odd to think about that in retrospect. And yet everything else about the movie is fine. Like, Baby Mine is a classic. The Casey Jr. sequence is fun. I always got confused because I never saw a circus that basically served as a zoo. So I didn't realize circuses could just be traveling zoos. But yeah, it was that opening sequence always confused me because I just assumed that was a zoo, but apparently that was the circus, and that was a thing. But yeah, the whole bit with the matriarchs of the elephant uh, group being petty little snide little that brings us to our first D tier. Victory Through Air Power isn't on Disney Plus. It is on archive.org because it's essentially in the public domain by this point, I think. And it is Disney wartime propaganda. I mean, Disney was doing propaganda along with everybody at that time. Like every every kind of media outlet at that time was essentially doing propaganda. And yet, this one just the fact it was a technicality. The only reason I watched it, it technically was a live-action animation hybrid, even though the animation didn't really add anything. It was just the basic idea is that this takes a non-fiction book by this Russian pilot and aeronautics pioneer in his attempt to convince the Allied forces to invest in Air Force power during the war, saying that the victory against the Axis powers will be through the Air Force. Hence the title of both the book and the movie. And he's included in a lot of the talking head segments, and he does some narration for it that's animated by Disney. But it's not like cutesy animation, it's more realistic kind of interpretations of war stuff. And the whole thing feels pointless, I guess, because that time it like served an immediate purpose and then had no staying power whatsoever. Because that's the thing. Some of the stuff from that era did have some staying power. Things like Der Führer's face is inflammatory as it comes off as now. It's like this time capsule of like the mentality of the era, and this whole mentality of like and of course, all the Looney Tunes stuff where they get to kick the teeth, get to kick Nazi teeth in. It's always fun, but a lot of that stuff just was immediate propaganda to raise money for the war, and raise morale, raise support for the war, and pretty much nothing else. And they had no real staying power after that. But getting back to the main list, we got the follow-up to Saludos Amigos, The Three Caballeros. And I would put them right behind Snow White, B tier. Now, a lot of people aren't fans of the movie. I personally enjoy it because it is an absolute mindfuck at some points. Because the whole thing deals with Donald celebrating his birthday, getting presents from his friends in Latin America, namely Jose Carioca, and the introduction of Panchito Pistoles, the Mexican rooster. And the first segment, that's just a film strip, is fine. Like they introduce the Araquan bird, who becomes a recurring foil for Donald. And there's a cute segment about a flying donkey, but otherwise it's just like, there's this random bit. The first thing we see Donald watch is a story about a penguin that goes to the Galapagos Islands, and it's like, it's narrated by Sterling Holloway, and it's cute and all, but like, it opens really weakly. But by the time Jose shows up and they go to Bahia, which is a province in Brazil, State, I believe. I think it's how they divided it up. But he sings the song about Bahia. Then Carmen Miranda's sister comes in and sings a song about cookies. God, what is the name of that song? Caballeros cookie song. Os Quindins de Yaya. Aurora Miranda, Carmen Miranda's sister. Apparently it's a famous Brazilian folk song, or a popular song from Brazil. And so Aurora Miranda sings that, and Donald's macking on her the whole time. And it leads to this whole dance number, and with this animated backdrop, and it's a fun segment. I like the Bahia segment. And then after that, if they follow it up with the Mexico segment, where they go to various parts of Mexico initially, and they stop at Acapulco Beach so that Donald can mac on some Latinas again, and then they see some dancing segments, and then it culminates in this one Mexican girl who does a interesting sort of like lilting dance. What are those? Here, let me pull up. There's a song by Dora Luz, who was a singer at the time, and then there's stupid pop-ups and Carmen Molina is the name of the dancer, and she does these two dances. La Zandonga, which is a waltz. That's the term. Waltz kind of dance. And then she shows up again in a charro sort of almost cowboy-esque outfit, like a riding outfit, with a whole riding crop. That she dances this sort of like tap almost song to Jesucita on Chihuahua, which is a song about song from the Mexican Revolution, and it's very much in the same vein as Pink Elephants on Parade at points. It's just like Donald having a fever dream where he's macking on Latinas, and I think that kind of madcap, like what the hell evenness about it is fun for me, because it's just like, at least I remember it. Whereas Saludos Amigos, I completely forget. Three Caballeros, I remember because two-thirds of it is Donald macking on Latinas, some great dance numbers, and some solid musical numbers overall. And yeah, so Three Caballeros is a lot of fun. What wasn't fun was the next one, which is Make Mine Music. This is another one of the anthology movies. Although now that the Goodwill trip to Latin America is done, it's just basically a collection of shorts. And the collection is not very great. Like, the shorts themselves are just fine. They're actually not all that memorable on their own. This is the one that features two really solid shorts that I wish would be like separate from the rest, and that is the Peter and the Wolf segment that's narrated by Sterling Holloway. That's from this movie, or at least featured in this movie, and then the final segment, Willie the opera singing whale, is just phenomenal. Fantastic segment, and sadly you have to sit through the entirety of Make Mine Music to get to it. I wish they were available separately, because those two essentially are the best things about the movie. And the thing is, it's weirdly not available on Disney Plus. A couple of these aren't available on Disney Plus for some reason, and like Victory Through Air Power and another upcoming one, in fact it's it's the next one. I get why they aren't on Disney Plus, but why not Make Mine Music? What is it about Make Mine Music that it's not available on Disney Plus, when so many of the other ephemera and weird niche titles that have been forgotten? They have an Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, the TV series from like the late 80s, early 90s on Disney Plus now, but not Make Mine Music, and not a really big one that's going to be coming up later. It's wild what's not on that service. But yeah, Make Mine Music, I had to go out of my way to find it, and it wasn't worth it. It should still be on Disney Plus, though. Hello. Is there an ad playing, or?
When you're open for travel, will be open for you. Maryland.
There. Stupid ad. Anyway, next up is the most infamous. Yep, the one that Disney likes to try and forget. And a bunch of people pretend it's worth saving. Shock of Shocks, Song of the South goes in D tier. Now the thing is, the big sticking point is the depiction of it. They are supposed to be freed slaves, so they are supposed to be like sharecroppers, I think, but it's so terribly established that you wouldn't even tell the difference. And although was it I can never remember if the movie is antebellum or postbellum. You know, was it before the Civil War or after it? No, the film takes place during the Reconstruction era. Just to be clear, so yeah. Not that it makes it any difference, because I honestly couldn't tell you. The fact that you can't tell that it's supposed to be Reconstruction and not antebellum, it says a whole lot about how well this is executed. And that's the thing, is that the Uncle Remus Brer Rabbit mythos, which was a real collection of tales from the antebellum and Reconstruction era South from the former slave population, the black, the literal African Americans, the ones that were brought over here, and the ones that were raised by them. That whole mythos is really interesting and really solid, and I feel like it gets better execution from like there's this Universal direct-to-video movie that tells a big chunk of the stories. It includes way more of the characters: Brer Lion, Brer Gator, Brer Wolf, and Sister Moon, and all Sister Buzzard, and all of these other characters within the mythos that never got shown in this. And that handles it better, even though it's not perfect. It had some of its own issues. But but wanting to tell these stories isn't a bad idea. The problem is, the stories are being told to this lily white, milk-toast, personality-less husk of a child. And everything to do with the humans, besides from Uncle Remus, and even then, Uncle Remus that brings a whole other can of worms that I'm not equipped to talk about. But the fact that he's the best actor in the whole movie says a lot. But the story, such it is deals more with this snotty little brat who comes to live with his grandma on her plantation, befriends Uncle Remus, and gets told these stories, and so his racist mom tells him he can't go talk to Uncle Remus anymore because these stories are something, I don't know what. But yeah, there's something about a puppy that some bullies coerce the mom into giving to them because the mom is an idiot. And yeah, everything about the plot that isn't the Uncle Remus retelling of the Brer Rabbit stories is garbage. Absolute garbage. And then on top of that, the Brer Rabbit stuff isn't all that good. The voice acting for Brer Rabbit especially, and Brer Fox is... Oh god, Brer Fox way more than Brer Rabbit. Those two are... The voice acting is awful. Like, just almost unintelligible at points. And then the animation is just bleh. Although it probably doesn't hold up as well because Disney hasn't bothered to restore it or keep it intact. But at the same point, like, it feels like Brer Rabbit almost honestly kind of looks like a trace over of Adult Thumper at points. I'm not gonna lie, it just looks like they put pants and a shirt on Adult Thumper at points. That's just me. I don't know. I'm more familiar with Bambi than Song of the South. I will say that the song Zippity Doodah is like the one saving grace. That's a good song. It's a really solid song. It's just too bad it got hitched to this garbage movie. Yeah, like, the race issues aside, the race issues are the most prominent issues with the movie. And then compile that with the fact that it's also a really garbage movie. And people will act like, oh man, the Song of the South, Disney's trying to bury it. They don't want us to see it. The libtard woke stream media doesn't want us to see this Disney classic. This isn't a classic. This is not a classic. You're better off watching Saludos Amigos or Dumbo compared to Song of the South. Like, Song of the South, honestly, of all the live-action remakes, we should get a Song of the South remake, essentially. And it should be entirely from the perspective of newly freed slaves, and the Uncle Remus is the local is the town elder, and you're seeing these young, black kids having these issues, and Uncle Remus relates it to the stories of Brer Rabbit. And that could work if you got a really solid team behind it. I'm not sure who exactly you'd get, but hell, you know what? You know who I trust for the Song of the South remake? Ryan Coogler. I would be shocked if he turned out anything less than 4 stars with trying to adapt the Brer Rabbit Uncle Remus mythos. But there's a way to do this kind of story where you center it on, the people who told the stories. And I think what they were trying to go for is some harmony of the races sort of thing, where it's like, hey, the little white boy and the little white girl are hanging out with the little black kid, and it's all fun and charming, and everybody lives happily ever after, even though that's completely neglecting the reality of the situation. But no, I mean, focusing the attention away from some boring-ass white kid to the actual, to maybe Uncle Remus himself. Because, I mean, I think the character was made as, like, the storyteller for these stories. Yeah, he's the narrator, essentially, for... Although I guess that begs the question, he was created by the white dude who collected the stories, so you may not even need the Uncle Remus character. So actually, you could probably just do away with the Uncle Remus character altogether and just focus on just the Brer Rabbit mythos. I don't know if there's a better term for that. I guess just the Brer Rabbit mythos. I don't know. But, yeah, there's a way to handle this that's better than how Disney handled it. And you're not missing anything from having not seen this movie. This isn't some buried gem that, the woke scolds are preventing you from seeing. It's a garbage movie. And you're better off just, hearing other people talk about it than sitting through it yourself. It's just not very good. Back to the list proper, though. Next up is another D tier. There's a bunch of the wartime era stuff is D tier. Fun and Fancy Free is a little bit above Make Mine Music, in so much as that Make Mine Music had like a dozen shorts with only like 2 good ones. Fun and Fancy Free has 2 shorts compiled into one story, compiled into one film. And one is really forgettable and mediocre, and the other is interrupted by 50s era Jeff Dahmer. Like, that's basically what happens. You've got Jiminy Cricket, who's there for no reason at all, other than to sing the opening song and to play the record of Dinah Shore narrating the Bongo story, which is apparently also based on a kid's book. And Disney's Bongo adaptation is just bland and forgettable. basically like this weird mashup of Dumbo and Bambi that does not work at all. Honestly, I didn't enjoy it at all. And then you followed it up with Jiminy Cricket going over to somebody's house, who I think Edgar Bergen, the ventriloquist, is hosting the party, and his only guest is a little girl, the party host. I don't know if it's somebody's birthday. I don't know what's happening. I just know that Edgar Bergen and his ventriloquist dummies are hanging out with this little girl, and I get nothing but creeper vibes the whole time. It's just so... Have a couple of adults there. Have like 3 other adults and then some more kids. Make it like an actual party. Not just like, hey little girl, I'm throwing a party. Wanna come to my house? Yeah. And then Edgar Bergen and his dummies, Mortimer Snurd and Charlie McCarthy, interrupt the really solid short of Mickey and the Beanstalk. Mickey and the Beanstalk is a fantastic short, and unfortunately, we're stuck with Edgar Bergen and his dummies interrupting the whole thing. I mean, Edgar Bergen narrating the thing would have been fine, but then he's like, do, 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 which really, goddamn. Yeah, Jeff Dunham basically cribbed his entire act from Edgar Bergen. Now that I think about it. He added in a couple of other ones, and the ones that aren't Edgar Bergen takeoffs were a bunch of racist stereotypes, essentially. Oh, God. Wow, we were really into Jeff Dunham for like a decade, weren't we? Wow, that happened. But anyway, Fun and Fancy Free is just not worth seeing. It's even as good as the Mickey and the Beanstalk short is. It's not worth sitting through this entire movie for that. The next one, though, is a bit better. And that is Melody Time. This one is actually on Disney+. Not sure why the other one is in Make My Music. And it's another collection of shorts centered around music. This time you've got some better ones. You've got A Telling of Johnny Appleseed, which is really good. You've got it ends with the Pecos Bill short, which is really solid. It features Blame It on the Samba with Donald, Jose Carioca, and Yaraquan Bird. It's got some better shorts overall, but even then, it's just like a bunch of the shorts are hit and miss. They never really get a anthology story, aside from one that beats like Fantasia felt like this grand concert setting that you were going to see at the theaters, and all these other ones feel like lesser follow-ups, just like mishmash crammed together bunch of shorts that they had at the office. Which I get, times are times are tough. You gotta stretch every penny as much as you can, but yeah, I think that's why these ones don't really hold up as well. This next one I had to rent from YouTube because it's not on Disney+. Because probably, I'm assuming, the people working at Disney completely forgot they owned it. It's so dear to my heart. The thing about So Dear to My Heart is I knew it existed, namely personality after the fact in the frickin' sequels. And it took them a whole other sequel to get to the actual personality that she gets in the third movie. But yeah, Cinderella is fine. It's well animated. The songs are perfectly okay. The whole movie is just about mice. It's all about the mice. It's literally just a movie about mice. Why is the Disney princess? It's like if they took Pocahontas and told it everything from Miko's perspective. Or you had Aladdin, but everything was from the point of view of Abu and Raja. Like, why are we focusing so much on the mice? Give the princess personality, damn it! So yeah, Cinderella, I feel like, fails in that regard, where Snow White succeeded more than it. And this is one thing, because that's the thing, is Disney, when it comes to adapting these fairy tales, usually makes improvements over the source material. This time, they just completely ignored it and said, screw you, we're gonna make this about mice. This is a movie now, it's mice. The next one, I actually think is a lot better. Cinderella was a lot more financially successful than this, but I think Alice in Wonderland is a much better movie. I think it manages to take the madness of Lewis Carroll's writing, distill it into a cohesive narrative without it being... without losing any charm. I actually prefer this version of the story. Honestly, I feel like Catherine Beaumont is like my envision for Alice. I feel like she perfectly captures it. Ed Wynn is always going to be my Mad Hatter. I think he absolutely nails that sort of performance, that sort of like insane, like, unhinged kind of performance. I mean, Ed Wynn is so iconic as this. He basically served as the voice inspiration for King Candy in Wreck-It Ralph. But yeah, all the bits that they follow, including the stuff they threw in from Looking Glass, the Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and the Walrus and the Carpenter bits, I think managed to make a cohesive. And I think that's the thing, is that you often see any kind of, unless they're going for like a direct adaptation, kind of like how the 80s one did with what's her name, Natalie Gregory, the TV movie miniseries, and the Hallmark one, where they distinctly went for direct adaptation. More often than not, the versions of Alice in Wonderland you see are basically cribbing off of the Disney one. And I think that's kind of says a lot. It's kind of like with Pinocchio in a way, where it took the best parts of the source and distilled everything down into a pure essence, where you got what you needed from the source and none of the fat. And I feel like Alice in Wonderland, I just feel like Alice in Wonderland is such a wonderful. I've always loved this movie. It's not perfect. It's definitely got some issues here and there. I mean, it is trying to distill the insanity of Lewis Carroll into a cohesive narrative. So, I mean, of course, there's going to be some issues. But overall, Alice in Wonderland is such a lovely movie. Unfortunately, we followed up with one I'm not such a big fan of. Peter Pan is gonna go into season. The thing about Peter Pan is, I think, whereas so many of the other adaptations Disney did cut out a lot of the unsavory bits of the source, Peter Pan enhanced the most unsavory parts of the story, namely the depiction of indigenous characters. The whole bits, specifically the song "What Makes the Red Man Red," are just big oof in retrospect. Just wow. And then on top of that, I think the characters are just not very good. Although that, I think that once again, you're dealing with them cribbing from a source material, adapting a source material, which I don't know how good that source material is. Because, like, I've never enjoyed the Peter Pan story in its, in its original form. Like, the Sandy Duncan stage musical version, or this one, or, anytime they try to adapt that source, in its original setting, I've never been a fan. Not even like Hook. I'm not even a fan of Hook that much. And I think the one Peter Pan story I enjoyed, like I genuinely enjoyed, was Wendy from about a year ago, which is from the guy who did Beast of the Southern Wild. It takes place in Louisiana, and it's a very interesting take on the story. I think it's much more interesting than anything from a direct adaptation sense. But yeah, Peter Pan, I think, is a very limiting story in and of itself, and I think Disney just did more of a direct adaptation than trying to make something even better, which is what they normally, like with the other fairy tale adaptations, they tended to make improvements from the source material in some regard or another, if nothing else by condensing stuff. Here it's just like the good parts aren't good enough to compensate for the really bad parts. But yeah, Peter Pan, it's fine. It's like I don't hate it, but it's just not something. This just was not the kind of Disney stuff I was into, or am into. Like, I'm not gonna go back and revisit Peter Pan anytime soon. The next one, however, is one I often find myself revisiting again and again, and that is Lady and the Tramp. And we're gonna put Lady and the Tramp up here in A tier. Lady and the Tramp is a really solid slice of life story. I've always kind of enjoyed this dog perspective on things. The fact that, like, Jim Deere and Darling are called that because that's what the dog hears. Jim Deere, yes, darling. Like, you don't know their actual names. To Lady, they're just Jim Deere and Darling, because that's all she's ever heard. But I love the voice actress for Lady. I love her in this. She really gives this personality to Lady that I dig. And Lady has always made me want a Cocker Spaniel, but my mom has dealt with actual Cocker Spaniels, and she says, no, that's not gonna happen. Not in my house. I'm good. I'm good on Cocker Spaniels. Yeah, the whole cross-class romance storyline between her and Tramp. Everything, like, the one real caveat is the Siamese cat song. And apparently, this is based on a book from the era from like the 40s or 50s. And apparently, it's even worse in the book, from what I hear. So, wow, they managed to tone it down for once, and even then. But aside from that, I just love seeing Lady and Tramp's romance play out. I think it's a really charming romance story. And I visit it time and again. It's just like a comfort watch for me. Next up on the list is one I hold in very high regard. Sleeping Beauty. Now, Sleeping Beauty is very interesting. This is like peak Silver Era, the Silver Age of Disney. Being the post-war era, where a lot of the other classics from the Walt era come from. Sleeping Beauty I have a lot of respect for. while it does kind of have the same mistake of Cinderella, where we don't focus a lot on the actual princess, she has way more. Despite the fact that she's only in for like 2 scenes as an adult, Aurora has way more personality than I ever got out of Cinderella, and Philip has way more personality as a prince than Charming does at all in his like one scene with Cinderella in the movie. Like at least Prince Philip and Aurora meet at some point and actually form a bond, and it just happens to be the fact that it happens to be that they are betrothed. They just didn't realize it. But yeah, I think. But the difference is, instead of focusing on a bunch of annoying chipmunk sound, Alvin and the Chipmunks voice sounding rats, we've got the 3 fairies who feel like this great lesbian polycule of like ants for Aurora. And Merryweather and Flora's whole rivalry is so much fun, and it's like an interesting thing. You've got like this Golden Girls bit going on way before Golden Girls was ever a thing, but it's that same personality mixture. We've got Flora as Dorothy, we've got Fauna as Rose, and you got Merryweather as kind of this Sophia, where Merryweather is much more of a fuss budget, doesn't like when she's kind of like a Donald. She kind of like has the same personality as Donald, where she doesn't like being disrespected, and she's willing to put her foot in her mouth and speak out of turn. Whereas Flora likes to try and remain dignified and erudite, and then Merryweather just brings out the sex in her. And then Fauna is just like, oh, I just like being here. I don't mind. Total Rose. Oh God. But yeah, the fairies are much more of, and then of course Maleficent, who's just this iconic villain design and demeanor and performance. Same voice actress as Lady Tremaine, but she just gets to go all out as Maleficent. She just gets to go forget 11, she goes all the way to 13 with Maleficent. It's fantastic. And of course, the character design, the angular nature of the character design, where everything kind of feels like this mosaic or tapestry, like a living tapestry. It's all really lovely. I dig it. I don't know who's behind it. I think Reitherman? I don't know which animator was behind this sort of. You see it a bit in Sword in the Stone and some of the post-Walt era stuff. I don't know who was behind that angular design for characters, but I dig it. So yeah, Sleeping Beauty. Let me see. It's based on... Here we go. Sword in the Stone. Okay, no, it is... The book is called The Sword in the Stone by T.H. White. Oh, the Once and Future King. That's what I'm thinking of. The Warch is an orphan raised by Sir Ector. Da, 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 da. Okay, so apparently the book is just like that. Although at one point they do meet Robin Hood and Maid Marian, which is odd. But apparently there's a bit where Merlin changes Arthur into a badger, and Disney decided that's just going to be the plot of the movie. Apparently the book gets actually way more... Once again, for once, the book is actually way more interesting than what Disney did. However, it makes no attempt at consistent historical accuracy and incorporates some obvious anachronisms. But yeah, the movie is just 3 segments of Merlin turning Arthur into animals. Then Arthur goes to London and pulls the sword from the stone, and the movie ends. They had an opportunity for a really solid villain in the form of Madame Lin, and they do nothing with her. She just is there for a scene, and then she's gone. Like, at least in the book, they do wild stuff like meet Robin Hood. And at least there, Merlin was actually teaching him stuff, it seems like. Yeah, it just... The wizard Merlin, who is living backward in time, frequently speaks of things he has seen in the future. Okay, that's where that comes from. Yeah, it's wild. I don't understand. Yeah, like, the book seems at least interesting. Especially in conjunction with this whole series where it, like, leads into the other aspects of the Arthur mythos. Oh, there's one called The Candle in the Wind. Neat. But yeah, it's such a wasted opportunity of Disney taking on the Arthur mythos, and all it does is just, like, random animals where Merlin pretends he's teaching Arthur stuff and it doesn't matter. Like, none of his lessons make any sense. It's just a complete hodgepodge hot mess. So yeah. The follow-up is a little better. A little better. It's actually way better. And that follow-up is Mary Poppins. Now, Mary Poppins, I never grew up with. I was more familiar with Mary Poppins in the pop culture sense than in being raised on it. And having watched it a couple times now, it's a perfectly solid, like, Rodgers and Hammerstein style musical. Like, I don't hate, like, I can't hate it. It's not bad. It's not a bad movie. I just think it's also kind of... It's a bit manic in that we kind of take these weird diversions that kind of don't really add up to anything. I will say the kids, for the most part, are fun and charming. And of course, Julie Andrews is just iconic. She's fantastic. Dick Van Dyke is kind of a bad fun in that, oh god, he's so bad at the Cockney accent. But at least he's having fun as Bert. And then we get a little Ed Wynn in here. And Yeah, it's an overall fun. It's a blast of a movie. It's highly top tier Disney, but not one of my personal favorites. I don't think it's as perfect as it kind of makes itself out to be. I think people, although that may just be because I didn't get to experience, like Bambi I experienced from like early childhood. It's one of the movies I just adored. We never watched Mary Poppins a lot in our house. Wasn't one of our go-to Disney. But it's still very, very good, very, very well-regarded Disney. But the Walt era did have to come to an end at some point. And it came to an end with a little ditty called The Jungle Book. And where do you go? I think you go right here. Yep. Jungle Book is B tier. And I think it was the perfect choice for a live-action remake because what we got was a very, very loose adaptation of, not the Jungle Book itself, because the Jungle Book is actually an anthology book of stories that Rudyard Kipling wrote about India. This is also the book that features Rikki Tikki Tavi and, what was the other big one from the Jungle Book? Another big story that came from the Jungle Book. And Mowgli is the big character that everyone remembers, but Rikki Tikki Tavi is one of the characters featured in the story. You've also got what's the other? There's another character that got featured. Tiger, White Seal. Was it in the sequel? I think it was in the sequel. Second Jungle Book. In the jungle, living in the jungle. There was this other... There was this other story that was featured in the Jungle Book that got some major... Like, I knew about Rikki Tikki Tavi. I guess the White Seal was the other one. The White Seal being this white fur seal in the Bering Sea. Not sure what that has to do with the Jungle Book, but... Yeah, Rikki Tikki Tavi, Tumami of the Elephants. No, Tumai of the Elephants. Also something about animals on their way with the British military to Afghanistan? Weird. Jungle Book is weird, y'all. Also, Rudyard Kipling is a racist piece of garbage. Anyway, the Jungle Book movie by Disney takes the Mowgli's brothers story, the stuff basically about Mowgli, and adds in like some jazz to it. Makes Baloo more of a comedic character. Shere Khan doesn't even show up until halfway through the movie. It's an interesting take on Jungle Book, but I feel like it's lacking in a lot of ways. The introduction of King Louie doesn't really amount to much. It's just a fun diversion. More jazz songs get Louis Prima in there. But yeah, Disney's Jungle Book is perfectly serviceable, but that's why it was ripe for a remake, because there's so much more it could do with the premise and the plot of the Jungle Book that the movie didn't really ever do, because it was more focused on, Baloo and Mowgli for the most part. But yeah, it's still fun. It's still great songs. Sherman Brothers, can't go wrong. But yeah, it's kind of a middling end to the Disney era, to the Walt era of Disney, and Follow-up isn't exactly much better. And that was the Aristocats, the aforementioned Aristocats. Aristocats is slightly better than Jungle Book in so much as Aristocats is a lot more fun of a story, I think, than Jungle Book, which you definitely feel like trimmed a lot out of. It feels very bare bones in terms of a story, whereas Aristocats felt like they were trying something new. Granted, something new included a shot of a Siamese cat with big-ass buck teeth saying Shanghai, Hong Kong, egg foo young, fortune cookie, always wrong, as he played chopsticks on a piano with chopsticks. Meanwhile, none of the other racial stereotype cats do anything that overtly racist. Like, there's an Italian cat, he doesn't go singing "When the Moon Hits Your Eye Like a Big Pizza Pie, That's Amore" or anything. The Russian cat doesn't come in doing the little dance number. You don't get Scatman Crothers as Scat Cat doing anything like overtly, black or some kind of racist caricature of black culture or anything like that. Oddly enough, Scatman Crothers is in a Disney movie. Wild. I love Phil Harris as Thomas O'Malley, and I love Ava Gabor as Duchess. I think she gets even better with Miss Bianca and the Rescuers. But yeah, Aristocats is another one I feel like is ripe for a remake, because you could do so much more with the story, and the first one isn't exactly like a masterpiece, so you can actually make those improvements, whereas you're not trying to make amazing movies all over again, like with Aladdin and Alice in Wonderland and Cinderella. I guess Cinderella you could do it with, but I don't think they did much of an improvement. I have to rewatch it. But yeah, Jungle Book, Aristocats, it's good. I have fun with it. It's just not amazing. Disney can do better. There's a contingent of people who are not gonna like this. Bedknobs and Broomsticks goes in. Nope, not that bad. It's not that bad. Bedknobs and Broomsticks I'm putting in C tier. I think in binge watching these movies, I kind of started to see some patterns. I don't know if they were real or not, but I get the feeling that Bedknobs and Broomsticks was Disney saying, hey, Mary Poppins was really successful, we should try that again. And then this time they took a different source material, but then tried to do a Mary Poppins, complete with animated segment where the humans go to some animated world with talking animals. And I have no idea if the books are any good, but Angel Lansbury is solid, and you got the dad from Mary Poppins who's good, but the kids are much more annoying. They're not as charming as they are as the kids from Mary Poppins. And the fantasy segments are kind of forgettable compared to Mary Poppins. Like, you compare this to Mary Poppins, and Mary Poppins is like nailing it at every juncture, at least. Here, it's just kind of like slight misses, just not quite. It's fine. The one thing I will say is the ending is amazing, because you've got an ending where reanimated suits of armor face off against invading Nazis. Because apparently at some point Nazis invaded the south of England, and a witch fought them off with animated suits of armor. I just love that. I just love the madness of that, you know? It's like, hey, here's this fancy, whimsical Disney movie about, and it's, in the backdrop there's all this, it's set during World War II, but I mean, it's like the south of England, there's a bunch of old dudes who are there to be like the guard in case the Nazis try to invade us, and it's like, yeah, sure, okay, Grandpa, you go have fun, but you don't think anything's gonna happen of it. And and then you got these whimsical fantasy adventures and talking animals and whatnot, and then you come back and it's the Nazis are invading, and we fight them off with Angela Lansbury on a broomstick, leading an army of reanimated suits of armor. I just love that, I just love the insanity of that. The fact that you just don't get anything else like that anywhere. And this is the only place you can get suits of armor, fighting Nazis. This is the only place I can think of. As well, they chant this sort of like, almost like the we It's got a little bit of that to it, but as they're chanting the magical words that keep them alive. So it's like this drone as the suits of armor come to life and start marching towards the Nazis who are shooting them like, what? I love weird random bits like that. I have to check out those book series if there's anything like that, or if Disney decided like, look, we need a way to end this movie. Let's have the Nazis fought off by walking suits of armor. Sure, why not? But yeah, I'm sorry, it's not much higher. It's gonna be one where a bunch of people who grew up with it are gonna like me. But next up in the main series, we've got the aforementioned Robin the Hood. In an entire generation's furry awakening, Disney's Robin Hood, damn near perfect movie. I think the only thing holding it back is the limitations of the fact that we're knee deep in the Xerox era, and they have to recycle as much as they can in order to just do anything. But they make up for it with a fantastic retelling of the Robin Hood mythos, with Peter Ustinov as Prince John, just being wonderfully just foppish. I love his Prince John. And of course, Phil Harris returning as Little John. Phil Harris's run at Disney is like a 3 for 3. Every character performance he gives is fantastic, and he adds so much. The voice actor for Robin Hood is excellent. I never caught that Roger Miller is playing Alan Adale. Also, the score is done and the soundtrack is done by folk singer Roger Miller, as in the guy who sang King of the Road. Sailors for sailor rent, rooms collect 50 cents. That guy scored he did the soundtrack for the Disney's Robin Hood, and he played Alan Adale as a rooster. And I never caught that he was Alan Adale, because he says it in a single line at the beginning of the movie where he says, "Oh, I'm Alan Adale." It's like, "Oh, I'm Alan Adale." That's not important though. But yeah, Roger Miller's songs are fantastic. Also, the whistling bit at the beginning. If you grew up in the early days of the internet and you recognize that tune, it's because the hamster dance takes the whistling opening credits theme from Robin Hood and speeds it up to like 200. I never caught on to that until this past go around. I had no idea. I was hamster dance, whatever. And then I'm watching Robin Hood again, and I'm like, I know this. Wait a second. God damn it! And amazingly, Disney never caught. This was before copyright bots existed, so Disney never caught on that somebody took the Robin Hood opening credits song and sped it up and made it about hamsters. But yeah, Robin Hood is just fantastic. And this is another one I'm very curious to see, because I am not against a remake of this, because the one thing holding it back was technical limitations. Disney has they have the entire They have all the technology at their disposal. If we don't get live-action furry bait out of this movie, then Disney has failed us. If Disney does not give us our live-action, realistic, Jungle Book, Lion King grade, realistic-ass furry bait, then they have failed us. We'll have to wait and see. I mentioned before that there was one Disney anthology that managed to work. And that was The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. I think the fact that it is a collection of the previously existing Winnie the Pooh shorts, you almost don't realize it because it works so well as this feature-length film. It has there's at least enough of a coherent sort of through line between the major stories that you never unless you knew, you would never have caught on that this was just 3 of the pre-existing Winnie the Pooh shorts compiled into a single movie. And yet it works so perfectly. I couldn't think of suffice to say that I think Fox and the Hound is a really solid movie. Probably one of the few bright spots of the Disney Dark Age. But like I said, it goes darker for the next one. And that next one is a little ditty called The Black Cauldron. Where did I put you? Black Cauldron goes here. Black Cauldron is... I respect it more than I enjoy it. Black Cauldron was willing to go dark. Really dark. And I hear the books are even better. But I love the darkness and the use of rotoscope and the whole everything about the Black Cauldron screams like we want to try something new and interesting and push boundaries. And everyone was like, "No, but you're Disney." And I feel like that limited them, and we're going to talk about that again in the 90s. But Black Cauldron definitely is screaming for a live-action remake, if not, or even an animated, like serialized remake. Because I feel like the Chronicles, and Disney still owns the rights to the Chronicles of Prydain series, and yet they still are sitting on this really really solid, like apparently one of the progenitors of young adult fantasy, like one of the best, like on par with, if not better than the likes of the Chronicles of Narnia we're talking about. I have the whole series, I just need to sit down and read them. But Black Cauldron, like apparently they'd make Gurgi into this Gollum, like cutesy Gollum character when he wasn't like that. Disney needs to have justice for Princess Elanwin. She is a Disney princess by birthright. She deserves to be featured in with the rest of them. Like, they would sooner put Alice from Alice in Wonderland in with the Disney princess line than they would ever feature Princess Elanwin or Kida from Atlantis: The Lost Empire. And at least those two were princesses. But, hell, Mulan isn't even a princess. She has no royal blood in her. She doesn't even marry a prince at the end. Anyway. Justice for Princess Elanwin. And, yeah, it's a really solid, fun fantasy. And I feel like it's limited by the fact that Disney's cutting it. Disney's adapting 2 books into 1 movie. Which they also did with Bedknobs and Broomsticks, too. And I feel like anytime you do that, you're just... Unless the books were like 100 pages. If we're talking like 2 novellas, then maybe. But if we're talking like 2, novel-length books, trying to adapt 2 into 1 is just asking for trouble. But, yeah, Black Cauldron screaming for a remake because it definitely has some things working for it. And unfortunately, it never really got the chance to do that, and it became this kind of like cult classic. Where I know it's Dan Avidan's favorite because it's right up his alley. It's this fantasy nerd's wet dream. But yeah, I think this one is it's also, I think Taran is a kind of a annoying little prick. I don't like him. I don't know if he's like that in the book or not, but here in the movie, I definitely don't like him. But yeah, Black Cauldron has the potential to be even more amazing, but and hopefully Disney will give us like Disney Plus's Game of Thrones with the Chronicles of Prydain at some point. I'm telling you, Disney, handing these ideas out to you free like candy on Halloween, you do nothing. Anyway, speaking of bright spots in the Dark Age, Great Mouse Detective. Do we even still call this a cult classic, or at this point has enough people seen The Great Mouse Detective to say that like it's a true Disney classic? Like, do we really have to consider it cult anymore, or have we had enough kids grow up with The Great Mouse Detective to realize, yeah, this is a really good Disney movie? It's once again another thing that is ripe for a reboot as like a series on Disney Plus. Give us the adventures of Basil and Dawson as they face off against Professor Ratigan and the various other stories in that series. I have no idea what it's all like. I just know that you could easily take any of the Sherlock Holmes stories from Doyle and make it about and adapt it for Basil and Dawson, and it would be and I would watch the hell out of it. This is such a wonderful movie. Beautiful animation, just excellent characters. Vincent Price as Ratigan is so wonderfully over the top, and I love it. It's a great sort of, it's one of the best Sherlock, stories I've ever put to film. I think it rivals even those of the, even the classic sort of interpretations of Sherlock, and yeah, and then of course you've got the beginnings of forgotten about. The whole reason Fagin owes money to Sykes is never explained. It's just Fagin owes money to Sykes. As far as we know, Fagin's homeless. Like, why does he owe money to anybody? But yeah, there's definitely an interesting premise here, and I feel like if they spent more time with it, they could have given us something even better. But for what it's worth, it's solid. Perfectly fine. It's a solid B-tier movie. And so the Dark Ages have come to an end as we head into the Renaissance. Double check where I put this. I put Little Mermaid up here in A tier, of course. But I believe I put it... let's see. Yeah, right here. Little Mermaid is not S tier for me. Granted, the bringing on of Howard Ashman and Alan Menken defined the 90s. Like, everything they did to Disney music in the 90s is just unforgettable. Even though Howard Ashman was only able to provide it for 3 movies. But also check out Howard on Disney Plus. Great documentary that digs into the life of Howard Ashman. Wonderful person. And very, very powerful life story. But, yeah, Little Mermaid, definitely setting the template for the Disney princess, the new era of Disney princesses. And Ariel is an interesting character in her own right, and we do spend more time with her and Eric, which is good. But I feel like it's limiting. I feel like they could have done more, especially with like her relationship with her father is never really developed. It's kind of very just like brushed away, like, here's this, and then that's all you need to know. I feel like we don't really get a whole lot of time with Ursula. We get like one great musical number, and then she shows up to try and foil Ariel's, try to weigh the scales in her favor, and keep Ariel's soul, but before becoming the big boss at the end of the movie. I feel like we don't really get a whole lot with her overall, but yeah, overall, Little Mermaid is top tier Disney. They definitely set the precedent for like, here, we're back in the saddle again. We're doing it this time. And I think the only thing is like they would improve the story elements in future princess movies, especially the next 2 princess movies. But in between the princess movies, we got a little also ran, little nugget from the Dark Ages peeking back up. Where did I put you? I put you right. Sure. Rescuers Down Under is still B tier. The main improvement it makes over the original is the animation. The animation is gorgeous in Rescuers Down Under. The kid is a little better, but he's still kind of annoying. Neither of the kids are good in the Rescuers movies. And I feel like they kind of forgo Bianca and Bernard's chemistry that was so well established in the first movie, and it becomes more about like, oh, Bernard's gonna propose, but oh shucks, he can't find the right moment. That was like one of my big things with Frozen 2. I'll get to that, but like that whole trope is so bleh, not into it. Especially since it's like the whole thing of like Bernard's trying to deal with the Australian jumping mouse, macking on Miss Bianca, and Bianca's taking it all in stride. She knows that if he ever goes too far, she can tell him no. And besides, her mind and her heart are only on Bernard. And I love their relationship, and I feel like it's so much time was spent on the goofs of Bernard trying to propose that we don't really get the chemistry that was established in the first movie. Plus, I will say the villain here is so good. George C. Scott is fantastic as what's his name? I can't remember his name. But yeah, as the poacher here in this movie, he is so deliciously evil as like this killer redneck in the outback. I love him. So yeah, I will, and of course, oddly enough, of all the CGI to not hold up, The Rescuers Down Under holds up the least. You got from like 4 years earlier, Great Mouse Detective had CGI clockwork that holds up amazing. And yet the one shot of the Sydney Opera House looks like it came from a Nintendo 64 prototype or a PS1 demo. Oh man, it just looks so bad. And it's just the one shot of CGI, and it looks so bad. But yeah, Rescuers Down Under, kind of an also-ran. I think people consider it a cult classic. Yeah, I think it and The Rescuers are kind of in the same boat in that great potential, just never quite making it. The next one, however, not only meets, but exceeds its potential. In fact, we're going to do the two next to each other because they're both S tier. Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast. Now we're splitting hairs here in terms of S tierness because I think Aladdin perfectly nails the Disney princess fairy tale formula to a T. It became the template that Disney followed for the rest of the Renaissance, and even partly into now. Beauty and the Beast is just a phenomenal retelling of the story, and I think it manages to give weight and meaning to things that are never really explained because fairy tale logic, and it's got this really well-established character dynamic between Belle and the Beast, and I think the problem is so many people poke fun and try to poke holes in the logic of the movie, and so the remake tries to quote-unquote fix that. Same thing with Aladdin. Aladdin is fixing the fact that Jasmine doesn't have enough agency, despite the fact that she literally at one point says, "I am not a prize to be won," and in fact stands up to Jafar until she is forced by magic into being in an hourglass. And even when Jafar is harassing her father, she stands up to him and only pretends to seduce him, because she notices Aladdin is back, and she's like, Aladdin, and you could see the gears quickly working in her head of like, shit, I need to help. Aladdin needs an in. Well, let's seduce Jafar. And it works up until Jafar spots Aladdin in her tiara. So I mean, Jasmine is a very, and in fact, in most of the future installments, I think in the series she gets even more chances to be awesome. But like she doesn't really get to do a whole lot in Return of Jafar. But you know, not most people don't. It's such a weird like pilot for the TV series. But in King of Thieves, which I just recently watched, she gets to knock out dudes. She socks one of the thieves in the jaw and knocks him out cold. So I mean, yeah, Jasmine didn't really need fixing. It's just like some bad faith or not quite, or at least somebody else, like some weird interpretation where it's like maybe they're thinking of like the merchandising effect on Jasmine, where it's like pretty princess stuff. It's like the whole deal with Barbie. Like Barbie, when you pay attention to like the other media media surrounding her is pretty cool, especially nowadays when she's like, Barbie is like, takes no shit kind of progressive sort of character now. But yeah, but I think people are so only pay attention to like the toy stuff, the toy line stuff, that they forget the like all of the character development that exists. And we're going to talk about this in Wreck-It Ralph 2, because that I have a big thing about that in Wreck-It Ralph 2. But yeah, in terms of these two, I think Aladdin is slightly better because it just perfectly nails the formula down to the point where they continue to try and copy it the rest of the Renaissance. In fact, people that aren't Disney tried to copy Aladdin because it worked so well. But yeah, it's the music playing has a guy's name that could be misconstrued as a racial slur. Oh, classical music. I should probably switch things up next time. In any case, Aladdin is great, so is Beauty and the Beast. Fantastic stuff. The next one is probably going to raise a bunch of eyebrows. Because next in line is Lion and the King. And Lion and the King, I put at the top of B tier. The thing about The Lion King is the first half is it's pretty much perfect. Like, everything up to Hakuna Matata is damn near perfect. I will say I do think Scar is almost like, but I think by the time we got to Scar, I was just tired of overt villains. Because, you know, like, Ratigan, yeah, he's an over-the-top villain. Maleficent, mistress of all evil. But they're openly saying they're evil. The point about Scar is he's trying to use subterfuge to eliminate his brother and claim the throne, a la Claudius in Hamlet. And
yet there, yeah. Oh, sorry. Song came in my ear, and I'm like, is that what I think it is? Yeah. Sorry. I classical music studies, college. Got this really great piece by Franz Schubert called Der Erlkönig, which is this great, big, epic song sung by one guy, goes high into the tenor, deep down into the bass, and it's about a father trying to keep his son alive while the king of the elves is coming for his soul, essentially. So you've got the narrator, the father, the son, and the elf king lurking in the bushes as he's riding through the night. It's a really amazing song. At any rate, back to Lion King. The thing with Lion King is, like I was saying with Scar. Scar's whole thing is he's supposed to be conniving, underhanded. He's literally begging, just basically standing there saying, "Hey, look at me, I'm evil." I think, and nothing against Jeremy Irons, he's fantastic, but the way they handled Scar is just kind of like peak fop villain. And I feel like that's one thing the remake improved on, is they made Scar more believable as a villain. They got rid of his villain song, but they also made him, you would believe that the rest of the animal, the rest of that Mufasa wouldn't fear Scar, would betray him because Scar's weaker than him. Whereas, why would Mufasa ever keep Scar around, period, in this movie? I don't understand why Scar's around other than, well, he's family. No, there's no reason to keep him around. He literally does nothing. At least in the remake, he looks like one of those weak, malnourished lions with a piddly mane. So like Mufasa doesn't fear him at all because he's a wimp. Anyway, yeah, begins iconic. Beginning iconic. Just the opening Circle of Life number, entirely iconic. Can't Wait to Be King, great song. Be Prepared, excellent song. The death scene with Mufasa, powerful, moving. And then by the time we get to Hakuna Matata, it starts to kind of fall apart. I think because Matthew Broderick is not a great Simba. Matthew Broderick's not exactly a great voice actor. I think he's a perfectly serviceable actor. I don't think he's a good voice actor. That's the other thing I'll get the remake. Donald Glover is a better Simba than Matthew Broderick. But yeah, the whole Return to Pride Rock, all of the second half of the movie, just it feels like you just have to reconnect the dots and do this. Like, it's not, once again,
Lion King, not terrible. Not a terrible movie by any means. I feel like so many kids in my generation had this as like their perfect movie. Lion King is too perfect. It is the best. It is the best Disney movie. Like, for a lot of people, Lion King would be the number one ranked Disney movie. I just think it's okay. Not even just okay. I think it's good. It is very good. But I think people I think people have a lot of more emotional investment in it than I did. I enjoyed it. I love, it's Lion King's not a bad movie by any stretch of the imagination. But I feel like there were enough rooms for improvement that I didn't hate the remake. The remake definitely has no right to exist, but I feel like that's the thing, is like, it's cool to hate the remake and not look at it objectively. And like, every animator on YouTube is like, oh, Lion King remake is the worst thing that ever happened. You didn't need to remake a Lion King. No, but there are definitely places for improvement. Lion King's not perfect, but apparently a lot of people think it is, so oh well. Next one though, it's gonna be interesting to see how people react. I'm not so gauche as to put a Goofy movie above Roger Rabbit, but I will put it above Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast. Here's the thing. A Goofy movie does not have the budget or the animation quality of the mainline Disney feature films. But it more than makes up for that in the story. The writing for Goofy movie is pretty much perfect. And despite the fact that it is peak 90s culture referenced in, there's peak 90s references throughout the movie, it feels almost timeless because the writing deals with stuff that is timeless. So the soundtrack may be more 90s. The aesthetic may have a bunch of 90s. But the story, the writing, the character development between Max and Goofy and Max and Roxanne, all of it is timeless. You don't have to be a 90s kid to love a Goofy movie. In fact, a Goofy movie gives Goofy the most character development I've ever seen in the character. So yeah, a Goofy movie, I would place it above Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin, and above The Lion King. So, grab your torch and pitchfork. Next one, I've been wrestling with this. I'm debating. I initially wanted to put it straight D tier, but I think in retrospect, I think it's low C tier. Pocahontas has good intentions. I think my initial negative reaction to it clouded my judgment, because revisiting it, oh boy, is it quite the little number. The whole time they thought Lion King wasn't going to be the serious song, and here comes Pocahontas. Pocahontas is going to be their big Dances with Wolves Academy Award nominee, for your consideration movie. And I think my biggest problem with it is that it's taking not a fairy tale, but an actual woman's life and treating it like a fairy tale. Because that's the thing, is that pretty much the entirety of the list is fiction. Fictional adaptations of other fiction. None of it was real. None of it actually happened. Pocahontas is not some fairy tale. Pocahontas was a real woman who got completely fucked over by the colonists. But sure, make her a Disney princess. Treat it like a fairy. Treat her story like a fairy tale, even though it was completely made. I mean, that's the one thing. John Smith did make up the whole thing, so I guess it is a fairy tale. Ugh. Yeah, the actual Pocahontas was 12 at the time. John Smith wasn't a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan wet dream. He looked more like Sir Francis Drake. He had a big explorer goatee and whatnot. And in reality, the what is their tribe name? I know the chief is Powhatan. What's the okay, it is Powhatan. So the chief's name is Powhatan and was the Powhatan tribe. The John Smith's interaction with the Powhatans was nothing like he talked about. There were no women fawning over him. He was never in any danger. No chief's daughter had to come and save him. That's all completely made up. And then she later married a tobacco planter and died and basically became like the civilized savage for Britain. She basically became a sideshow for Britain to look at. Like, look, we can tame the savage people of America. Oh boy. Yeah, her life is ripe for a dollop if they haven't done it already. And for Disney to come in like, can you paint with all the colors of the wind for a woman who was basically trotted out as the ideal minority of her time feels really disrespectful in retrospect. Like, it's not like there weren't other indigenous folklore. Like, the Tale of Hiawatha is, I believe, partially based on indigenous folklore, indigenous mythology. Like, there's plenty of indigenous mythology you could adapt. I'm sure they had some other story about a chief's daughter at some point. You didn't have to use an actual chief's daughter who died at, like, what, 20? 20 to 21. She's barely out of her teens and before she died. In any case, the movie itself is fine. Like, I think the movie itself is C tier, and my reaction to it drove it down to B. So I think I'm gonna ease up and look at it objectively. The movie is C tier because I don't want to put in. Honestly, I feel bad putting in the same category as Song of the South because at least it's not that. I don't know. Is it? Would Pocahontas be in the South? The same? I guess not. Because I mean, you do have a major she's a marketing tool. Let's not lie to ourselves. But I mean, part of the Disney princess line is an indigenous woman, and they did bring on a majority, the entire Powhatan voice cast is pretty much indigenous, except for Jim Cummings providing the singing voice for Powhatan and the healer. So I think it all. But is that any better than the whole thing with Uncle Remus and the guy getting an honorary Oscar? And I think the voice actors were black voice actors. But the telling of this story, I don't know. I guess it's not my lane. This isn't my lane. I just felt weird. I felt really incensed about it. I put Pocahontas on the same tier as Song of the South in the same vein. I feel like that may be a bit preaching a bit much. It may not be I don't know how similar. I'd have to bring on people much more qualified to talk about it than myself. But yeah, it definitely hit me raw. It hit me in a raw spot when I watched it this time around. Because yeah, when you finally realize that Pocahontas was not only a real person but completely fucked over in reality, the fact that she's treated as like, oh look, happy little princess, paint with all the colors of the wind, that feels very disrespectful in retrospect. Also the fact that, like, the villain made a whole cloth and pushed the narrative that, like, the British were there for gold, when they knew all the gold. They knew for like 100 years the gold was all to the south. The Spanish had the gold. They weren't looking for gold. They were looking for resources, land. They wanted to expand their empire. They were getting fur. Fur was for trading, which got them money, which is, the whole point of gold is the money. They were getting plenty of money. They didn't need gold directly. They weren't looking for gold. I feel it feels very dishonest in retrospect. The idea that, like, oh, the bad guys are just greedy looking for gold. They weren't looking for gold. They were looking to exploit the land and the resources. And the people were in the way. And I feel like if they were, a more honest take would have been nice. But, I guess we gotta make the villain a cartoon caricature, greedy nobleman who's looking for gold in a place they were already there. They knew that there wasn't gold there. They knew that there wasn't gold there. Most of my problems stem from the writing. The cast themselves are not a problem. The songs are all solid. The animation is beautiful. The animation is lovely. I think this one too has a bit of that angular stuff that I mentioned from Sleeping Beauty and that whole era. I think that's Reitherman style, but I'm not sure. But yeah, Pocahontas rubbed me the wrong way, and I'm definitely being more lenient on it now, but man, I don't think it holds up. This one is gonna be interesting, because something I think held up really well is Hunchback of Notre Dame, which I put ahead of Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast. I feel like my Renaissance picks are going to be much more contentious than my Dark Age picks, because, like, calling Pete's Dragon F tier, that's going to hit hard for some Gen Xers and whatnot. The Millennials are my people. They're my generation. For me to come out and say, hey, I think Hunchback is better than Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast, oh, that's going to ruffle some feathers. But my argument is, Don't worry. We're going to talk about Bolt. My argument for Hunchback is Hunchback did what Black Cauldron tried to do, but better. Hunchback pushed the limits of what Disney could do in a story. They took a story that's as dark as Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book and kept pretty much the essentials of the story and the themes and the characters intact for the most part without going too adult. It deals with I'd have to ask Romani. I'd have to ask actually Romani people how they feel about it, but it, Esmeralda's whole deal is that she stands up to Frollo and calls out for justice for the Romani. And her whole Disney princess song essentially is her talking to God, like, do you hear us? Do you care about us? Because if you're out there, we need your help. Help us. She doesn't want anything in particular. She wants to see that her people are respected and not thrown in jail for just existing. And I love that about this. I love that about Esmeralda as a character, and I feel like it's almost, they never really get a chance to explore it any deeper. And on top of that, you've got the major themes of corruption and abuse. Like, the whole thing with Frollo is the only reason he adopts Quasimodo, quote unquote, is out of guilt. He was absolutely 100% ready to drop a baby down a well and let it drown. And it took the cardinal or the bishop, whatever the character was, of the church, to come out and say, you just murdered somebody on the steps of the cathedral, and you're gonna drop a baby down a well. And he's like, there's no problem here. They're gypsies. They don't matter. I'm not killing people. And the bishop is Cardinal. I think he's a bishop. And he's just like, yeah, tell yourself that, buddy. But look up there. See the eyes? All those eyes. That's God. That's God looking at you and judging you. And Frollo is finally hit to his core because there's a power stronger than him. And he is guilted into raising Quasimodo, but he refuses to do it out in the open, and he hides Quasimodo in the bell tower, away from everybody, because he's ashamed of the little monster. And Quasimodo's whole journey throughout the movie is getting away from the abuse that he has been living with for 20 years at least. Has to be at least 20 years. If nothing else, 15 years. Because you know how they always age up characters. But, Quasi's whole journey is about escaping from his abusive father. Well, father figure, but adopted father, whatever you want. Yeah, exactly. Like, basically, father. And coming to terms with the fact that he's been abused this whole time. And granted, there's the bit where he feels he's in love with this woman, and he finds out that she doesn't love him, she loves this other guy, and he's heartbroken. But in the end, he still sees her as a friend, and he could have easily given up Phoebus and then gone the whole like, now I have Esmeralda all to myself. But he cares about Esmeralda so much that he was willing to protect the man that she loved, even though it wasn't him. And I think the fact that he accepted that her friendship is more important than her romantic love, because then now he may not have a girlfriend or anything like that, but he has two friends. He has Phoebus and he has Esmeralda. He has friends for once. He's friends that aren't stoned for once in his life, and that's what's important to him. It doesn't matter that he got a girlfriend or not. It doesn't matter. The romance part wasn't what he needed. What he needed is to get free from the abusive home that he was in, get out into the world, and be around people who respected him and who treated him as a human being and not a monster. Also, the movie says all cops are bastards. I want to point that out. Because you watch the movie, the first ones to hurl a tomato at Quasimodo and to set the string off where he's humiliated in front of Frollo are the cops. The guard, whatever you want to call them. They're the cops, essentially. So the police are the ones who hurl tomatoes at Quasimodo and mock him, which lead the crowd into following suit. And then the rest of the movie has the cops under Frollo sacking and arresting any Romani and then just setting Paris on fire looking for Esmeralda. And then the climax has the one former cop, Phoebus, who does essentially get his title back and becomes a cop again in the sequel, but we'll deal with that in another stream. But the one quote-unquote good cop gets knocked out and left for dead at the bottom of a river, and then is held prisoner by Frollo, by the other cops. And he's the one who helps break loose, and instigate a rebellion against the cops. Disney's Hunchback says all cops are bastards. You heard it here first. So yeah, the one real flaw is the gargoyles. The gargoyles are very much like, hey, look, we're trying to do the genie. Straight up bringing in a comedian, this time Jason Alexander. And for the most part, they're fine because they're treated as like imaginary friends. They're treated as imaginary friends for Quasimodo. Until the very end, where they actually take part in the defense of Notre Dame, and they actually like send forth all these comedic gags about launching a catapult, and dropping bricks, and fly, my pretties, fly, and it's just like, god damn it, you had it, you were right there, and you tripped up right at the finish line, damn it. So yeah, Hunchback of Notre Dame. Oh, of course, best Disney soundtrack. Not the songs, particularly. The songs are all good. Hellfire, best Disney villain song. God Help the Outcast, amazing song. No, I'm talking about the score part of the soundtrack. The background music. We're dealing with Gregorian chant-based orchestral music, and it sounds amazing. I could listen to the Hunchback of Notre Dame score by itself on repeat for eternity. It is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous music. Cannot recommend it enough. And I think that's what kind of pushed it over the top for me, is that great story, great way to adapt this story, give it meaning, add these new themes that were probably never there in the original story. Give it this weight, this gravitas, and then the songs all good. Stephen Schwartz, I think, was the one who teamed up with Menken this time. And on top of that, just this beautiful score, unlike anything I've ever heard anywhere else. Just beautiful. So yeah, Hunchback of Notre Dame. S tier. I stand by. Hercules I'm sorry to say. Out of my mouse, please. Out of my mouse. There we go. That was weird. Hercules is C tier for me. I think because you jump from two chances for Disney to really push animation to be for all ages and not just kids' fare. Animation could be serious, could be dark, could be meaningful. Something that pretty much every other country in the world has figured out by this point. But for some reason, Americans refused and still mostly refuse to accept is that animation can be for, animated movies don't have to be just for kids. You could have mature adult themes in animated movies. And after Pocahontas and then Hunchback, there was so much backlash to Disney's like, look, we need a straight up comedy. We just need something to get the people off our backs. And they released Hercules, which is a comedy. It's a comedy of basically Hercules as Superman with some Michael Jordan thrown in. 'Cause, I mean, that's the thing is like a Goofy movie is 90s aesthetic. Hercules is 90s mentality, where the entire movie is now the genie from Aladdin. And what I mean by that is, starting with Aladdin and following suit, you had serious story with big comedic side character with an over-the-top personality with a famous stand-up comedian. You even see it now with Raya and the Last Dragon bringing in Awkwafina. And in Hercules, the entire movie is trying to be the genie from Aladdin, making references to all kinds of modern-day pop culture, all straight-up Michael Jordan stuff, because this was like peak Jordan. This was like right around the time he got back into basketball, following Space Jam. And Hercules' whole journey as a hero is just that of an athlete, specifically Michael Jordan. So they take the Superman story, the Superman origin story, and they give it to Hercules, and then they make him Michael Jordan. In the meantime, James Woods is being snarky, and so is Danny DeVito. You got Bobcat Goldthwait and there was another comedian. The other comedian from what was he? I knew him. What's his name? Bobcat Goldthwait. Matt Frewer, who was. Wasn't he Max Headroom? No. Yeah, he was Max Headroom. So you got Max Headroom and Bobcat Goldthwait, who at the time was basically only known for being the guy with the raspy voice from Police Academy. You got them being more comedic sidekicks. So the comedic villain has a comedic sidekick. Hercules has a comedic sidekick. And then even the quote-unquote Disney princess, the love interest, is treated as like a 40s era Catherine Hepburn? No, Audrey Hepburn. Audrey Hepburn sort of like, or even like a Joan Collins sort of like takes no shit kind of gal. Very snarky. The whole thing's played like a 40s era comedy, actually, if you think about it. But the main thing going for it is the aesthetic, the sort of caricature style to it. It works. It works. It's the main thing that sets it apart from a lot of the Disney Renaissance. But in terms of the story, like, man, did we take a step backwards. It's kind of like what they did with Rise of Skywalker, where they were going in these really interesting, challenging directions, and then all of a sudden the audience is like, I don't like it. I don't like change. And they were like, pull the reins. We went too far. And unfortunately, who knows what we could have gotten if they were willing to continue in that direction of like, let's just push what we can do. Let's just try things. And, so yeah, Hercules, C tier. It's not bad, but I feel like after Disney was willing to push the limits of what they could do during the Renaissance, they kind of gave up for a bit. They did make it up with the next one, though. And that one is Mulan. Speaking of princesses who aren't princesses, where did I put you, Mulan? I think I put you right here. Mulan is a movie I never really had much thought about until the remake came out, and then I revisited it, specifically after Sharon J. Zhao's videos on it, and Mulan's really good. Highly recommend Sharon J. Zhao's videos on it. They got Sharon J. Zhao got their whole start by critiquing Mulan from a cultural perspective, both the remake and the original, and to hear like how much they got right, how much they got wrong, but at the same point, like the whole thing with Mulan is like this didn't need fixing, really. Like the worst thing about it is kind of Eddie Murphy doesn't really fit. Eddie Murphy being the latest in the line of genie knockoff characters, but Mulan herself, her story, her relationship with Shang, the whole arc, like so much really good filmmaking went into this movie, and I think it's one of the best definitely one of the best Disney princess movies, and it's really great step back into what they were really good at. But once again, not perfect. Definitely some places they could have improved on, namely Eddie Murphy. I feel like he sticks out like a sore thumb in this movie, but overall, really solid movie. And then we come to the end of the Renaissance with Disney's Tarzan. And I put Disney's Tarzan right here. Disney's Tarzan is interesting. My earliest memories of it were when it's starting to come out. They announced the trailers, and I showed it to my grandpa, who absolutely adored the original books by I think it's not Doyle, Edgar Rice Burroughs. He enjoyed those books. He was a fan of the 40s era TV show. And to him, Disney, basically like Disney was doing to him what so many people thought they did to the Hunchback of Notre Dame or the Jungle Book. This idea like they're taking this thing and Disney-fying it. And so he was basically like, that's not my Tarzan. I don't know what that is. It's not Tarzan. That's not the Tarzan I know. And come to realize that a lot of Tarzan doesn't hold up. Maybe we shouldn't adapt. Maybe if we're going to adapt things from the turn of the 20th century, we should do a lot of work into exactly how things are depicted, because oh boy, those books. Oh boy, those books. Man, do those books not hold up. Like, I mean, Tarzan, everybody knows Tarzan, Lord of the Apes. The Tarzan books delve into the rest of Africa, and Tarzan being the lord of it. Specifically the people. So, you've got Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, and the Apes, and also the Africans there. Because nobody knows Africa like white men raised by gorillas. Disney wisely cut all that part out, focusing strictly on the gorillas. Good. Just focus just on the gorillas. Also, we continue on the line of bringing in comedians for sidekicks. with both Wayne Knight and Rosie O'Donnell as Tarzan's sidekicks. Tantor actually being a character for the book, and Turk being completely made up. But I think overall, Tarzan works. It's just not amazing. I think Phil Collins has some good songs, but they're not as iconic as what we got with Menken and the various other musicians. I feel like Collins does better pop music than he does like musical numbers. And that was the difference, is that Menken cut his teeth on musical theater, so he's familiar with that structure. And that's what made the Disney Renaissance so good, is that you had this musical theater quality to the music. And Phil Collins cut his teeth on prog rock. So he makes good songs, not exactly great musical. I'll have to see the stage musical they did, because I think they added a bunch of stuff to it. But, yeah, the whole switching things up, making Tarzan surf the trees instead of just swinging from vines. It's an interesting idea. I'm good with that. Yeah, Tarzan's not a bad movie. It's just kind of not quite as the heights that we got from the Renaissance. Renaissance kind of peaked midway through and then completely fell off. And then started, before the big fall off afterwards. So yeah, Tarzan's good, just not great. Next, we had another year with 3 Disney animated releases. Year 2000, starting with January 1st, a release in theaters. And I remember seeing this in theaters when it first came out. Fantasia 2000. And we put Fantasia 2000. Right. Fantasia 2000 is on average better in terms of like the pieces don't like have the drop off. Like I would sooner watch any of the segments from Fantasia 2000 before Toccata and Fugue or Ave Maria. But I would sooner watch Fantasia over Fantasia 2000. The average is higher, but the peaks are lower. So you don't get anything nearly as... The closest we get to as good as the original Fantasia is the ending with Firebird Suite. Ironically enough, another Stravinsky work. I think that one is the most on par with the original Fantasia. It doesn't count that they brought back Sorcerer's Apprentice. That's cheating. The rest of the segments are good overall. I think the other good one, Rhapsody in Blue is solid because it's got that character design, that sort of caricature design to it. It's almost like a New Yorker cartoon. The Pomp and Circumstance, as set as Noah's Ark, that's fine. And yeah. comedies were references to pop culture, references to this thing, references to that thing. There was some character humor, but so much of the 90s era comedy, especially like in the wake of Robin Williams' reference-laden humor, became about referencing other stuff. Being like, hey, referencing this thing, and being like a wisecracker on the side. The humor in Emperor's New Groove is just like so perfectly planned out and executed amazingly. The duo between Pacha and Cusco as the straight man and the clown works amazingly, and John Goodman is able to play that straight character to a T, and still get some good jabs in of his own. And yeah, just everything about Emperor's New Groove is so fantastic. And it's very interesting to see that when you dig into the history, that this was originally going to be akin to Pocahontas, where it's going to be this dark, serious story about the Incan Empire. And they dropped that, kept Eartha Kitt on. There's a great song that she sang for that original version that's out there, if you can find it. But they changed it up to be a straight comedy and just hit every single nail on the head perfectly. Just like, execution is pretty much flawless. I couldn't think of a single thing wrong with it. That's the thing, is like everything in S tier, granted, the gargoyles were the one thing wrong with Hunchback, but even then, it was only like right at the very end that they really sucked. Because like for the most part, they're fine. It's just right at the end where they decide, oh no, they're totally real, you guys. They're not just imaginary, that it became like, oh come on. But overall, like that's like the one thing I would change, and everything else makes up for that. But yeah, so much of the S tier is just like, I can't think of anything to change to make it better. It's that good. But we head into the, what is this? I guess they just call it the post-Renaissance. I feel like the Millennium era is probably more precise. Just like that turn of the, it's like, hey, welcome to the Millennium era Disney. But is this where I put it? I think this is where I put Atlantis. Yeah, Atlantis is high up in the A tier. I don't think it's full in S tier. I think the thing with Atlantis is that we needed a little more time with the characters. I think the problem is they cut short a lot of really great character development, especially once they got to Atlantis. The problem is once they got to Atlantis, it was direct line to the plot must happen here. And while Kida and Milo got some great development, they never really got much more. Like, the Atlanteans didn't really get much development. You compare this to Road to El Dorado. I think Road to El Dorado managed this better, where they got to see this lost civilization, but in Road to El Dorado, they spent much more time within that civilization to learn the ins and outs and how this whole thing works and give you a chance to fall in love with it. In Atlantis, you really only get like 1/3 of the movie in Atlantis. Half to a third. And then the rest of the movie is just getting there, which is a good adventure, but I feel like it's a missed opportunity, which I think they were trying to lead up to with a sequel and the follow-up series that never happened, so we got a direct-to-video sequel. But yeah, I mean, character design by Mike Mignola of Hellboy fame. I'm surprised it took me this long to catch on to that. I didn't really catch on to it until like a few years ago when I realized, oh wait, that's the Mike Mignola. Oh my god, of course. But yeah, the CGI work is fantastic. The storyline is solid. The voice cast is really good too. I think it's just the fact that we don't get as much time as we need with these characters. I feel like even like an extra 20 minutes or half an hour would have been great for this movie. But it is what it is. There's another one that I think they could do with a remake as like a mini-series or something like that. I don't know. So much stuff that has missed opportunities, and Disney would rather remake Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast and Lion King. It's not like they're running out of money or anything. Anywho's, will be... This next one I don't think is going to get any argument from people. I would be shocked if people disagreed with this. Lilo and Stitch go in S tier. I can't think of a single thing wrong with Lilo and Stitch as a movie. I'm not speaking for the sequels or the series or anything like that. By itself, Lilo and Stitch is pretty much flawless. Like, I genuinely can't think of a single thing wrong. Character design is beautiful. The writing between Nani and Lilo is honest and gut-wrenching and beautiful. The Stitch, his whole character arc is great and well executed, especially since he has a limited dialogue. It's all told through actions. And Lilo is such a wonderful character, and they never specify what, but I think she's neurodivergent in some regard, and she's definitely dealing with trauma, especially, in the wake of the loss of her parents. And I love her. I love little Lilo. She's so adorable and amazing, and I want to protect her. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, everything about Lilo and Stitch is amazing and really good, and I highly recommend it. Just fantastic. Next up, we've got another cult favorite, one that I didn't particularly grow up with. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this was you, but double check. Yep. C tier, Treasure Planet. I'm sorry, but I honestly don't think it's that great of an adaptation of Treasure Island. I kind of feel like Joseph Gordon-Levitt is not the best of voice actor. He's a good actor. He's not a bad actor, but I feel like he's better on screen than he is as a voice actor. There's very few people are amazing voice actors and on-screen actors. A lot of people are either great on-screen and terrible voice actors, or just really great voice actors and never get the chance to really do anything on-screen. But Joseph Gordon-Levitt is fine as Jim Hawkins. I kind of feel like what's his name, Martin Short as Ben is a bit cloying. Not my, it kind of. That's the point where I kind of realized that, like, okay, the genie thing is starting to wear thin. Can we stop bringing in the celebrity cameos for the comedic sidekick? But nope, they were never going to stop that. They're just going to keep doing it. And yeah, I do think the CGI is gorgeous. The animation is gorgeous. The mixture actually holds up really well. But it's actually kind of forgettable for me. Like, the one thing that stuck out to me was just how much this has in common with Titan AE. You've got a mix of 2D and 3D. You've got space operas about all the spacefaring opera, and both have a butt rock AMV in the middle of it. Both Titan AE and Treasure Planet have a butt rock AMV segment in the movie. How did that happen? Did they plan this? Tell me they planned this, because that's, and especially within like a year of each other too. Man, that's like way too close to be a coincidence, almost. But yeah. Great double feature, too. Like, really great potential, kind of mixed bag, spacefaring operas with butt rock A&Bs in the middle of it. So, sorry if you love Treasure Planet. It was not for me. This is the same year. No, I think this is the next year. I think we're finally up to like 2003 now. And Piglet's Big Movie. Piglet's Big Movie goes right into the detail. Pocahontas I was willing to relent on and give it a second thought, because do I really want to compare it to the likes of like Song of the South? And Pocahontas I was willing has a lot more redeeming qualities to it, I think, and it's just in retrospect that it's not as good. Piglet's Big Movie is an anthology movie about how important Piglet is, and he's missing from half the movie except in flashback. The only time Piglet appears after the inciting incident is in flashback until pretty much the end, except for like a few cutaways. Piglet's Big Movie is more about how the other members of the 100 Acre Wood realize Piglet is important to them than it is anything about Piglet himself. This has no major character developments for Piglet. This has no real well thought out story like Tigger movie. Piglet's Big Movie is a big disappointment. Like, Tigger gets his own movie, and it's this deep introspective look at Tigger and what is, his need for familial connection. Piglet's Big Movie is an anthology. Is a series of flashbacks about Piglet. Glad you guys gave a damn. Really, just gave it your all right there. Anyway, later in 2003, we got the other Phil Collins Disney movie. Tell everybody I'm on my way. Where did I put you? I think I put you right here. Brother Bear is not terrible. There's a lot of good stuff going on with Brother Bear. Animation, gorgeous. Phil Collins songs, not as catchy as Tarzan, but still solid. The whole premise of Kenai having to realize the importance of love, and that love is not just mushy romantic love, but also familial and platonic love, that's not a problem. The problem is, Joaquin Phoenix is not a great voice actor. Man, the Millennium Era just had this series of movies that just not great voice actors. It's like, I think they were starting to fall into the DreamWorks trap of we should try to cast celebrities in, because apparently that makes a movie better. But they continued on with the comedian sidekick stunt casting by basically bringing in Rick Moranis and Dave Thomas to be the McKenzie brothers as Moose. That's literally all they do in the movie is they're the McKenzie brothers, only they can't reference weird. And the kid playing Coda gets a big rating. Not the kid's fault. I think it's just the way they wrote his character. He's an obnoxious little kid as a bear. And the kid just plays into that. So, yeah, Joaquin Phoenix isn't exactly great. The kid isn't exactly great either, and they're the majority of the movie. And the story is okay. Not amazing. Definitely pretty mediocre, all things considered. But not so much to consider it C tier. Still enough good things here and there to make it worth B tier. At least on the same level as the likes of The Rescuers or The Jungle Book. But moving on to one of the most contentious entries on the list. The last of the Millennium Era hand-drawn movies. Home on the Range, I have an interesting relationship with. Home on the Range, I'd completely forgotten about until the director came back on Twitter to dunk on Doug Walker. I don't know if Doug had mentioned it in a review or if he did a full review of Home on the Range, but in true Doug Walker fashion, he completely neglected any actual research into it and just made wild assumptions and just was basically a jackass the whole time, I'm guessing. And the director came in and just dunked hard on Doug. Just complete, like, we're talking like break the backboard kind of dunking. And so, in that regard, I decided to go in with a clean slate and be like, alright, let's rewatch this. And I'm like, this is not bad. The animation, I love the character design. It's a throwback to that same angular thing I was talking about with Sleeping Beauty and Sword in the Stone and all them. You saw it a bit in Emperor's New Groove too, that same angular style. I think what's interesting is that for a time there, Disney's way of differentiating between comedy and more serious movie was how angular the character designs were. Because, I mean, you got Atlantis, which is much more comedic in tone, and Emperor's New Groove, which is very angular, and then you got this, which is much more of a straight-up comedy, so it's all angular, and then all the other stuff is, like, rounded and softer. It's like, it's a comedy, so it has to be harsher, harsh edges. I don't know. But, I think the biggest problem with Home on the Range is the writing. Because the premise isn't bad. You got cows who are about to lose their farm, so they go after a cattle wrestler who yodels. The yodel song is fantastic. I love that yodeling villain song. But the problem you run into is that the three cows aren't really well developed. I think they were going for a bit of that same chemistry they had with the fairies, where you got Roseanne as the sort of Merryweather blunt one. You've got Judi Dench as the Flora type, stoic and erudite one. And then Jennifer Tilly is the Fauna, who is a bit of an airhead. Their chemistry isn't really there. Roseanne and Judi Dench have, like, no chemistry. Jennifer Tilly is just there. Cuba Gooding Jr. is all over the goddamn place as this kung fu fighting horse. It's just kind of a hot mess when you think about it. And when so much of the movie is dedicated to the comedy aspect, and the characters are not very well defined or executed, then you gotta I think that's the biggest problem. So I think, once again, so many of my issues with stuff down the list is, the further down the list you go, the more issues I find in the writing that could use some improvement. And in Home on the Range, that's definitely true. In fact, my favorite character only shows up in the beginning as like a cameo, and then doesn't get introduced until the second half, until like the third act. Lucky Jack, the peg-legged rabbit. He would have been an amazing side character, and yet he barely shows up until he only gets really introduced until the third act. And by that point, we don't really get to spend any time with him. So yeah, I feel like there is definitely a gem of a good idea like a little kid, something you would show to kindergartners, though. Doesn't feel like something you would see on the big screen. Like, the Tigger movie had, like, a full-on emotional arc for Tigger. Pooh's Heffalump movie has, like, it feels like playing with toys. Doesn't feel like I'm watching a movie, really. Granted, all of Winnie the Pooh is just basically playing with toys, but at least there's usually, like, an arc or some real character moments in this, but Pooh's Heffalump movie is just kind of middle of the road. Just like, it's okay. It's fine. Hell of a lot better than the other movie to come out that year. Is anybody going to argue with me? Honestly. Would anybody argue with me over Chicken Little being the bottom of the barrel for Disney? Hell, it would be right near the bottom of the barrel for DreamWorks, if not for Shark Tale. Chicken Little is a D-tier DreamWorks movie that somehow got made by Disney. It's annoying and asshole characters. Nobody is likable. Not a single character in this movie is likable. Especially not Buck Cluck, who they had the audacity to showcase during a Father's Day tweet. It's like, oh, remember all the great Disney dads? Shows dad who emotionally abuses his son because he's an idiot. Like, Buck Cluck is just short of Homer Simpson levels of idiotic abuse. And granted, by the end, they try to redeem him as like, no, look, son, I'm a terrible communicator. That's why I threw you under the bus and made you a laughingstock in town. Jesus Christ. Yeah, not to mention the fact that the whole thing with the alien, the pop culture references, this reeks of DreamWorks style humor. In fact, I think, didn't one of the posters have him do the DreamWorks eyebrow? Hold on a goddamn second. Disney theatrical features, Chicken Little. No, not Patrick Dempsey. What's that asshole's name? Not Patrick Dempsey. That's the guy from, like, Step by Step, I think. Is it Patrick Dempsey? Huh. Son of a bitch, that was Patrick Dempsey. I'm thinking of Patrick Duffy from Step by Step, who was also in Dallas. Anywho, Patrick Dempsey has no chemistry with anybody in this movie. He has absolutely no chemistry. He's basic. No, basic would imply he has any chemistry. Basic would imply some chemistry, because a base is a chemical. He has literally no. He is inert. He is a hunk of walking cardboard. He's a cardboard cutout of a handsome man, and he has no charisma, especially next to Amy Adams, who is just chewing up scenery as a fake Disney princess. And you know, freaking James Marsden, who gets the chance to be James Marsden gets the chance to be this, you know, full-on parody, you know, singing entire songs as a Disney prince, and he's knocking it out of the park. And at no point do I think Patrick Dempsey is way better for Amy Adams and Princess I can't remember her name. Giselle. At no point do I think Patrick Dempsey is better for Giselle than the prince. Like, the prince knows nothing about her, but at least the prince has a personality. Like, you could have time to develop, you know, actual, you know, chemistry between you and the prince. Like, he doesn't know these things about you now, because he spent the whole time looking for you. Yes, you are both tropes you're both fairy tale tropes. But at least the prince is, you know, charming. He's not Patrick Dempsey, the walking hunk of balsa wood. Ugh. Also, Idina Menzel's here and she doesn't sing. Find that very odd. I think this was like right after Wicked. So it's like right after Wicked, you know, Wicked drove her into like popular success, and like the public zeitgeist knew about Idina Menzel the same way they knew about Kristen Chenoweth. And yet they don't have her sing at all in the movie. Found that very odd. They're also supposed to be doing a sequel to this, and I have yet to hear any news about it other than it exists. It's in the pipeline. No updates from it, no real story ideas, no announcements of like production beginning. It's just kind of like idling there in the background. It's like on the back burner. Also, Susan Sarandon is great as like the Maleficent of this movie. So she's fun. Susan Sarandon should play more villains. She's like really good. She's fun at it. She is fun. Anyway, yeah, Enchanted's on Disney Plus for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, Enchanted is B tier. So close to A tier, but my god, does the really bad rom-com part weigh it down. And we come to the end of the Disney Millennium era with Bolt. And Bolt is right here. Yep. Bolt. Do you even remember Bolt existed? Genuine question. Who remembers that Bolt existed before this stream? Because I almost constantly forget that Bolt existed, let alone was a Disney. Bolt is so generic, it feels like somebody trying to make a Disney or Pixar movie, but it's Disney making it. So glad they got better than this, my god. But yeah, Bolt has the speck of an idea for it. Truman Show, but with a dog. The gimmick is the dog has to think it's a real superhero, despite the fact that most of his superpowers are done in post. Like, sure, he gets to see, like, some of the effects, but how would he know he has lasers? I have so many questions about how the dog is supposed to work in Bolt. How he's supposed to buy he's a superhero when most of the superheroics, the superpowers, are done in post. And the director gets upset about a boom mic because it'll break the dog is not going to watch the show because he believes he's a superhero. Yeah, I am all with the executive in that initial meeting. The executive who's like chewing out the auteur director, who is like, my actor has to believe he's a superhero. Okay, Mr. Stanislavski telling us how the dog has to act. No, not Stanislavski. The Stanislavski method isn't this. This is full-on method acting. Who's the other asshole? There's the Stanislavski method, and then there's the other guy. Who was the guy behind the method acting? What's his name? That's that guy's name. Strasberg. Yeah, Lee Strasberg. Maggie May-Fish was just talking about them in reference to The Shining and Blue Velvet. Great video, by the way, recommended. Apparently this auteur for network television has to believes in the Strasberg method and believes his dog actor has to believe he's a superhero. Like literally gaslighting him. And the executive is like, well, you can have your little dog believe he's a superhero all he wants. If the audience doesn't watch it for the ad so we get the ad revenue, you won't have any show for the dog to pretend he's to believe he's a superhero in. The network executive calls out his insane auteurism, just weird stuff. But yeah, John Travolta and Miley Cyrus, who I think sing a song together, if I'm not mistaken. Miley Cyrus and John Travolta duet on the credits song for Bolt. I didn't imagine that, right? That's a thing that happened, right? Anyway, I'm talking more about Bolt than it has any right to be talked about. It's such a forgettable, like, the first half is like this full-on like Truman Show revelation that this dog's been gaslit this whole time, and then it becomes a road trip movie with a weird falling out that doesn't make any sense. And then there's a big rescue at the climax, and then everybody quits acting and moves to the country, I guess. How they're gonna live, because apparently the mom doesn't have a job. Where's the mom? Like, is the mom gonna get a job in town? How are they gonna afford this big house? Do they have residuals? I have so many questions about how this world works, and none of them are answered. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about Bolt anymore, because we're on to the Disney revival era, which is where we're at right now. And we're gonna start things off with the penultimate hand-drawn animated movie, Princess and the Frog. And I'm gonna put Princess and the Frog right up here with Little Mermaid. For pretty much the same reason, honestly. Princess and the Frog and Little Mermaid help reset the Disney princess formula for their time. Little Mermaid said, here's the Disney Princess formula. Here's the new Disney Princess formula. Princess and the Frog came in and said, okay, it's been like 20 years. Here's the next new Disney Princess formula. And it's absolutely gorgeous hand-drawn animation. Dr. Facilier is a fantastic villain. And the only real problem is that Disney's first black princess spends 90% of her movie as a frog. So I think that's like the one major downside. The one thing that would benefit from a direct-to-video sequel is to see the further adventures of Tiana and Naveen, where they actually get more screen time for the actual black character in her human form. But I do like Tiana as a character. I like the whole thing. It's like she has no real work-life balance. She is so dead set on her dream job and dream career that she neglects her personal life, and it's like you need to find some more work-life balance. And yeah, having the dream about being the restaurant, but you can't work yourself to death. Like, you need more out of. There's more to life than that, and it takes the rest of the movie for her to realize that. And I feel like Dr. Facilier is so wonderful of a villain, and yeah, God, Keith David, so great. I think that's his singing voice too during Friends on the Other Side, and that's fantastic. Yeah, Princess and the Frog, I highly recommend. I'm very curious to see how the Splash Mountain ride is going to look when they retool it for Princess and the Frog. I can't wait to see what that looks like. We followed Princess and the Frog up with Tangled. Tangled is a little bit better, but not S tier. I think Tangled definitely takes the precedent set by Princess and the Frog and improves on it. But not so much, not in the same way that like Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast did, where they just, boom, nailed it. I think it still has some issues. I do like that the story is about the main character arc for Rapunzel is once again an abusive parent in Mother Gothel. And once again, same thing. Gaslighting and emotionally abusing this child, only instead of it being out of a pious instead of it being a pious figure, passing judgment on you, she's subtle. It's a lot more subtle. Like, Mother Gothel's abuse is so subtle, and yet if you've ever experienced that kind of abuse, holy shit, does it cut right through you. Mother Gothel is just, she's not an over-the-top villainess the way that like Maleficent is, or the evil queen is, or Lady Tremaine, or anything like that. She's evil in like a real sense. Evil in the sense of somebody who's selfish and hurtful and so willing to hurt you for their own gain. That realistic evil, and it's really well executed. It's a lot of fun too. It does kind of suck that they thought that the problem with the Princess and the Frog was that the princess was in the title. Like, oh no, if we refer to this as Rapunzel, then boys won't like it. Okay, marketing team, whatever you say. How about you just make a good movie instead? You don't have to worry about boys liking it too, or whatever kind of demographics you're trying to hit. God damn. Anyway, yeah, Tangled is good. Tangled is really good. I hear the series is even better, and I've started it, but I never got the chance to finish it. But I hear nothing but good things. Winnie the Pooh. I think it goes here. Yep. Regular ass Winnie the Pooh from 2011. Final hand-drawn animated movie from Disney. Like, it's trying its best to be Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. It has that same sort of feel to it, and it's fun. It's definitely got some clever bits to it, like the knot bit. The bit with Rabbit and Piglet. Dude, the wordplay in this is just boom, 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 pun after pun after pun. And yet, it's also really mean-spirited. Like, Owl in particular is a lot more mean-spirited than he was ever before. Partially, I wonder how much of that is because of Craig Ferguson being the voice of Owl, and that's just how Craig Ferguson talks. That's his style of humor. It's just kind of condescending in a bit, but in a funny way. But yeah, this Winnie the Pooh never really quite hits the mark the same way that the Tigger movie did, or the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh did. It just feels like they're grasping at like one last ditch effort to be like, 2D animation can be good, and the 2D animation is gorgeous. It's really well executed. The problem is you need a thing there. You need some there. Tangled, the Princess and the Frog had way better writing than Winnie the Pooh did. This feels just like recycling a lot of the classic Winnie the Pooh stories, honestly. And that kind of showed, and that's why people weren't really that interested. You didn't bring anything new to the table, so it's no wonder. This feels like the thing where it's like, look, you're gonna get fired anyway. You can do this one more thing, and then you leave. And it feels like a disappointment because there's no reason why Disney shouldn't be doing hand-drawn animation. They have the money. It's not like even if it flops, quote unquote, they can still make their money back in merchandising. There's no reason why Disney can't keep doing hand-drawn animation. They just choose not to. Filthy bastards. Anywho, moving right along, I am not sure how this one will go over. Wreck-It Ralph, S tier. The thing with me and Wreck-It Ralph is, the minute I saw it, I realized this is really good. This has so much more going for it than people realize. People immediately thought Toy Story with video game characters, because all they showed were the opening bits where Ralph is in the arcade and in Bad Guys Anonymous. What they should have focused on was not the cameos, but Ralph. This is the story of a man whose job is to be a villain, and because of his job, everyone treats him like a bad person, but he is not a bad person. He just is never given the chance to be good, to show that I am more than my job. And then when he, and essentially the equivalent of like a drunken sort of fight, because he shows up essentially, you know, the same way like some angry drunk does to a party. He calls out everybody, and then he finally decides, you know what? I'm gonna get the medal, and I'm gonna get to live in the penthouse. You'll see. Drunk with all the you know, the effects of being drunk without ever actually being drunk. But yeah, his whole journey after that, the fact that he does get his medal, but in doing so, he puts the entire arcade at risk. And through his friendship with Vanellope being the first character in his entire life to ever treat him with some level of respect, to not treat him as de facto the villain. I am not the bad guy because I play one on TV, sort of thing. And it's through Vanellope, who initially does it for selfish reasons, but she does prove to Ralph that she respects him. Because it's not just he's strong and she can get what she wants out of him, but she is in the same boat, where she is treated as an outcast in her own game. And Ralph, through their friendship, is able to finally find some meaning in his life that's worth more than the medal and getting the penthouse. And even though the one dude is a dick about it, he's like, I didn't want any of this. I just didn't want to live out in the garbage. And you get to live alone in the penthouse. Fuck you too, Gary. Thanks for not helping. I guess that's the point, is that guy's an asshole. And Ralph, in his loneliness, finally realizes that, like, he screwed up and he needs to make things right. And that moment during the climax where he finally, because that's the thing, I love that little, it's a little thing, but during the opening leading into the credits, not the credits, but like the title, Ralph in Badanon does not recite the code, the oath. He doesn't say it until the climax, where he is prepared to die to save his friend. He's gonna save the arcade, he's gonna save his friend's game. He's dooming his own game in the process, because we found out that without Ralph, his game is pointless, because you need the villain to fight in order to win the game. But he is willing to end his own life to save his friends and the rest of the arcade, and to clean up his mess. And in his final moment of clarity, he finally recites the villain's code. I am bad, and that's good. I will never be good, and that's not bad. There's no one I would rather be than you. Can he finally it finally clicks for him. He's just sad and alone when he first goes to Badanon. But when he finally sees that, like, he has something to lose, and he's willing to accept the fact that, yeah, I'm a bad guy. I break things, but I can break things to help people too, and I'm gonna do that even if it means the end of my life. And my God, I love how much thought and care was really put into the movie for the most part. I mean, there's the little bit with like the "Shut Up and Drive" Rihanna number for no reason. Weird. I always find it weird when an animated movie does an AMV segment. It's like, hey, here's a popular song, let's do a montage to it. And it's like, okay, or you could not. You know, you don't have to. We don't need AMV segments in our animated movie. No, I adore Wreck-It Ralph. I think it's technically better than Bambi, but it also has a lot more going for it, including about 70 years on the dot, I believe, years of filmmaking ahead of it. Filmmaking improved over 70 years, animation improved, all kinds of stuff improved, especially what you do in movies improved after like the Hays Code was out and you could actually like do stuff. And so while Bambi is my personal favorite, I will concede that like Wreck-It Ralph being my second favorite Disney movie is still is like objectively better, but only because it was made 70 years later. But yeah, Wreck-It Ralph, S tier. I could go on and about Wreck-It Ralph. Such a good movie. Back to the princess line. Everybody's favorite. Let it go. Let it go. And Frozen is A tier. Despite the overplay, despite the oversaturation in the marketplace, Frozen is a really solid movie. I think Frozen does for the revival era princess formula what Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast did for the Renaissance era. It's not quite as good as Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin, but it set the precedent for how good the princess movies could be. And it's interesting in that instead of a straightforward villain, which is what Elsa was intended to be because it's based on The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen, Elsa, it becomes a story about her own trauma. And the fact that, once again, her parents thought that the only way to protect her was to hide her away and keep her hidden from everybody, including her own sister, because she couldn't control her powers. And then when the secret is out and she's finally doesn't have to keep it hidden anymore, her inability to control the powers has brought a forever winter to her land. So keeping it a secret wasn't healthy. Letting it all out, having no control, is also not healthy. Elsa doesn't gain control until she allows other people into her life. When she allows other people into her life and she is willing, and she realizes that the whole reason why she can't control her powers is because even when she was fully free and open, she kept people away. But it's only through her sister wanting to be there for her that she was able to overcome her fears and use her power and gain control of her powers. She wasn't emotionally whole until she let her sister into her life. And that's when she gained control. Also, it doesn't end in a marriage, and Hans and... not Hans. Hans is the other one, the asshole. Kristoff and Anna's whole relationship throughout the movie is fun, and especially since it's like they basically end up as a dating couple until the next movie, which is nice. They don't force the whole like, hey, we met, now we get to get married, because that was the whole point. It's like, you just met, why are you getting married now? It made a whole commentary about, the whole thing. It's like, you're ready to marry a guy you just met? And so they actually spend time together, and they don't get married until the end of the second movie, where they've had much more time together. But yeah, I think Frozen's biggest problem was overplay,
Oversaturation. The movie itself, I think, is really good. I think it's the fact that you couldn't go anywhere without hearing Let It Go, or seeing little girls dress up as Elsa, or seeing toys and marketing plastered all over the place that people were driven nuts by it. But it's still good. Next up, the one Marvel property without a Marvel logo that I think so. I think that's the case. Where do I put you? No, not there. I put you right here. Big Hero 6, originally a Marvel property. In fact, it featured Silver Samurai of the X-Men. In fact, it was like a X-Men sort of spin-off. And it was by Man of Action and Dwayne McDuffie, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look. I know Dwayne McDuffie worked on the comic. Man of Action was the guy behind it, and I remember Dwayne McDuffie did also work on it at some point.
And yet, it never really got the chance to become... I mean, it's never really associated with the Disney-Marvel relationship. I mean, Big Hero 6 features... wait, is Sunfire another X-Men? Yeah, Sunfire and Silver Samurai of the X-Men. So basically, Big Hero 6 was a spin-off of the freaking X-Men, and yet none of that ever gets... All of that is cut away in order to make it solely Disney, which I find odd. Like, of all the things to tie, like, hey, here's Disney, and here's a Marvel. Disney makes a Marvel movie. It's like, no, they just stripped away all bits of any real connection to the Marvel comics. I mean, granted, it has like little to do with... I mean, the only thing they really have in common is the fact that they keep the characters' names and some of the powers. But like, Baymax is a monster. Like he's completely different in the comics compared to the movie, where he's like a fluffy, cuddly marshmallow. But anyway, Big Hero 6 is a solid B tier movie. It starts out really good, deals with the emotional pain of losing a loved one and wanting to, and then not knowing what to do with your life, and then wanting to find some solace and finding out how he died and what happened, and then that leads you down a dark path of wanting revenge, and then how the villain and the hero, literally named Hero, are basically going to. He's basically seeing himself further down the path if he doesn't. If he didn't have his brother's friends, and essentially his friends to help him, to hold him back and keep him from going down that path. It's good theming, good stuff. It's just, by the end of it, it just becomes another comic book movie, and it's just, boom, boom, pow, explosions, spectacle, and it's kind of the same issue that you got with the Captain America and the Winter Soldier and WandaVision, where by the end you had all of these great, interesting lead-ups to and this complex storyline going on, and then fireworks, yay, and then it's all over. So I think that's the biggest problem with superhero stories, is that no matter how emotional and interesting and complex the lead up is, eventually it just all culminates in a big spectacle, and then all of that interesting stuff gets kind of lost in the process. But yeah, Big Hero 6, solid movie. Followed up, I believe, the last of the S tier, sadly, but Zootopia. Right. Zootopia is a really, really solid movie. Just excellent all around. I won't go so far, like, I've heard, I know Jello Apocalypse called it like a perfect allegory for race relations. Let's not overstep that. It's a fantastic allegory for prejudice. It does not have a lot of correlation with race relations. Because, you could tie the predators into black and Latino, especially specifically dark-skinned people. Race is a lot more complicated than that. Zootopia is an allegory for prejudice, especially with Judy. I don't know how many people talked about it initially, but the central arc of the movie is Judy accepting her own prejudices and overcoming them. I don't know how many people talk about it. They talk about the whole race relations thing so much. I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk about the fact that Judy starts out just as a child indoctrinated into this idea of prejudice against predators. Her family instills it in her. She claims it's biology. And it's not until she actually makes a genuine friend in the form of Nick that she realizes just how much that prejudice hurts. And she thinks she's going off the science of it all, but Nick calls her out on it. Calls her out on the fact that he's known from the moment they met that he carries around fox repellent. She carries around carries around pepper spray, essentially, and instinctively is ready to pull it out, even against somebody that she befriended during this whole ordeal. And she sees just how much her prejudiced ideas, when she said them out loud, ultimately hurt people. And she saw just how much her prejudiced mentality before was doing harm and actually ruining the city that she wanted to move to her whole life. And as much as it was Bunny became a cop and she's proving against stereotypes and proving herself as a capable police officer and all of that, she still had her own prejudices. And it wasn't until she saw the repercussions of that that she realized she needed to change. And so she goes home, she sees an old bully of hers has become a better person, and in fact her parents have let go of their prejudices and started working with the guy because they saw that she was willing to overlook her old prejudices and accept people for who they are. And so she gets to realizing that she was wrong the whole time, and that she needs to find out the real cause of what's happening, because even with her prejudiced idea, she never solved the case. She didn't solve the case until she let go of her prejudices and accepted that she was wrong. And then she teamed up with her friend in order to solve the case for real. I just love that, and I feel like nobody ever really talks about it. So, Zootopia S tier. Highly recommend. If nothing else, Zootopia is the one Disney movie where I immediately after I saw it, I'm like, where's my TV show? Like, more than Big Hero 6, more than Tangled, more than Emperor's New Groove. The minute I walked out of Zootopia, my immediate thought was, where's my TV show? And I'm finally working on it, and I can't wait to see it. So Zootopia, the TV show. Here we come. Next up, we got the next princess movie, Moana. Moana is really good. I'm not sure what's keeping it from S tier though. Like, there's something about it that never quite made it perfect. I'm not sure what it is, because stuff with Moana, I think... Shoot, I don't know. Because, I mean, the stuff on her island is fine. That's not a problem. Her going off on her own and going after the Heart of Tafiti and rescuing Maui and all that, that's all phenomenal. The Rock is solid as Maui. The whole storyline is great. The little bit with even the villain bit with Tomatoa is fantastic, because we got to see Jermaine Clement do his best David Bowie. But I don't know. Water effects, gorgeous. Absolutely beautifully animated movie. I don't know what it is. I think as well developed as Moana is, I feel like there's still more to her that we never got the chance to see. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. There's something missing from this, and I don't know what. Still A+. Solid A+. Meanwhile, one of my favorite movies got a sequel. And oh boy, there's something alright. I think that's where I put it. Yep. Ralph Breaks the Internet. See, I was concerned about this from the get-go because, my God, that it looked like Disney's The Emoji Movie. And for the most part, that is what it is. What does work about Ralph Breaks the Internet is the premise of Ralph being too clingy of a friend and driving Vanellope away. And it's only through realizing that he's hurting her that he's able to let her go off and be herself, because she feels stifled by where she's at. She wants more out of life in true Disney princess fashion, but she's not sure what though. And she doesn't realize it until they go to the internet and she finds this whole new Grand Theft Auto type game that gives her a chance to free ride, to race without barriers, without a track. And she finds it freeing. And Ralph is scared because he's like a dad more than because he starts going to dad mode. And he's old school. And it's not until he realizes that he's hurting Vanellope specifically with the virus that takes on his appearance, that he is willing to let her go as his friend because it's more important that she be happy than he be happy. Because if she's miserable, if he's happy with her but she's miserable, then he's not happy. Then he realizes he will never be happy, and so he manages to maintain contact with Vanellope after she leaves, but now they can both be happy and they can still see each other. So he's able to branch out and be friends with other people besides Vanellope. The problem arises when, number one, half of what was good about Wreck-It Ralph, Fix-It Felix, and Calhoun gets relegated to basically a cameo where they have to raise the Sugar Rush kids. And as soon as Ralph goes for the internet, they get dropped. They get dropped like a hot plate. And we never see them again until the very end, where it's like a joke about being the best parent. And it's sad that two of the best parts of Wreck-It Ralph just get completely forgotten for the movie. Just so they can do the Emoji Movie and reference internet things and do a fake YouTube with a character named after AAVE lingo, a slang. Oh boy, I've not heard a lot of discussion on Yas. I believe YAAS is how they spell it in the movie. But yeah, taking black internet slang and naming a Disney character after it. Granted, she's played by Taraji P. Henson, so it's not like they made her, they had some white voice actor doing an impression or something like that. But at the same point, like, Frozen 2 with the big twist that Elsa and Anna's family were the villains the whole time. And then Frozen 3 should have been devoted to them making amends. And I feel like Frozen 2 is trying to take the plot for a Frozen 2 and a Frozen 3 and crunch them together into a single movie. Because it feels like we don't get nearly enough development or time with these issues. Because, like, that's the whole thing, is that you've got the Arendelian Guard still facing off against the Disney version of the Sami. What are they called? Northuldren. Okay. Well, yeah, you got the Northuldrans and the Arendelians facing off initially, and then that's dropped. That's just completely dropped. It's like play acting almost. And then the Arendelians come back, and it's like, Princess Anna, what are you doing? That was your grandfather's greatest work. Blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as Anna says we need to destroy this, they're like, okay. So like, we needed more time to showcase that the Northuldrans and the Arendelians still held that animosity, so that Frozen 3 could be about revealing the truth and finally healing. But it's all crammed together into a single movie. Also, Olaf should have stayed dead. Like, I'm sorry, I know he's used to sell plushies and toys and whatnot, and he's all cute and whatever because Josh Gad, but yeah. Same with Chief and the Fox and the Hound. Just leave Olaf dead. Let him die. Let him die a dignified death. Don't just bring him back, because then his death has no meaning. Why bother if his death is not going to have a meaning? Like, at least they have you don't get points for letting Olaf die if the only thing you're going to do is bring him back. Death needs permanence, goddammit, or otherwise it has no weight. Something Marvel Comics. Anyway. So yeah, Frozen 2, great ideas, good stuff, great songs too. Not as catchy as the first movie, but I mean, it gave us an 80s power ballad love song for Kristoff. I love it just for that. And Elsa's whole thing of becoming the Avatar is cool. But once again, I feel like we needed more time with this stuff. Having Frozen 2 be on Elsa discovers she's the Avatar, and the twist reveal that it turns out their family was bad the whole time. And then Frozen 3 is about them trying to clean up the mess of their ancestry. That's more interesting. I feel like they should have given it more time, damn it. But nah. Oh well. And then finally, our latest one before Encanto shows up later this year. Raya and the Last Dragon. Hey, you know how I complained about Frozen 2 not having nearly enough time? Same problem with Raya. Raya does not have nearly enough time for the kind of story it wants to tell. That said, it is a gorgeously animated movie with a stellar cast, and Awkwafina honestly has probably the most emotional depth as a comedic sidekick since Aladdin with Robin Williams as a genie. The whole revelation of how she's kind of a loser, and the fact that she still believes in Raya and the cause of good, even though Raya is still jaded by all the bad stuff that's happened to her. And yeah, I just think they needed more time. We just needed more time with these characters to develop Kumandra, to develop these kingdoms. We should have had. I mean, that's the whole thing. Is like Avatar had 3 whole seasons to cover all of this ground, and Raya only had like 2 hours. And I considered it S tier when I first watched it because I really enjoyed it. And then I sat down with it and I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, people are right. This isn't exactly. It's trying to do a whole lot, but it cuts corners in order to make it happen. And so I'm starting to see the criticism people were talking about. Also, just because they both have Asian influence does not make this just an Avatar the Last Airbender wannabe. God damn it. Fucking Lindsay Ellis. Anyway, yeah, Raya and the Last Dragon, great concept. Would love to see like a series develop it more. Because what we got, it feels like what we got, somebody pointed this out and I forget who. Raya and the Last Dragon feels like the movie made to culminate a series that it just ended. It's like remaking a series and here's all the interesting bits, but like there were 3-episode arcs or 5-episode arcs to deal with like the introduction of these side characters that we don't get a lot of time with. And there's more development between the rivalry of Raya and I always forget her name, something or another. What is her name? Namari. I keep forgetting her name. I love her undercut. I love her side cut. I love that cut. It's it's fun. But Namari. So yeah, Raya and Namari's whole rivalry, and like kind of like there's definitely enough tension there to be definitely to be some kind of romantic tension, if nothing else. But yeah, that whole bit is lost, and like Fang gets no repercussions for what they did. Fang literally ruined the world and brought back a darkness that turns people to stone, and it's just like, well, we gotta play nice now. Like, at least the Fire Nation faced repercussions in the aftermath of The Last Airbender. So yeah, once again, like, we just needed more time with stuff. Some things aren't best for movies. Sometimes you need a full-on, like, series or something like that. But I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I think I'll call it there. We'll see where Encanto fits into all this, but there you have it. My ranking for all 73 Disney animated movies, including the live-action hybrids, and including several of the DisneyToon features. Enjoy the 69 nice Disney animated features while they last before the funny number goes away later this year with Encanto. Although I hear Encanto should be pretty good. I think, what is Encanto? I know Luca is based in Italy. I think Encanto is based in Spain? Encanto... with songs by Lin-Manuel Miranda. So he gets 2 movies this year. He gets a Sony movie and a Disney movie. Lucky bastard. He also got his play made into a movie. Called The Madrigals, who live in an enchanted town in the mountains of Colombia. Every child but one in their magical house has been granted a unique ability, so superpowers. And Stephanie Beatriz. Neat. Good for her. I love her. So yeah, Encanto is coming. It's based in Colombia, so it's gonna have that Latin sort of cultural aesthetic to it. It doesn't say what time of what era, like what kind of setting. It seems to be like a fantasy, maybe proto. What's it called? What's that term? One before the conquistadors showed up. Pre-Columbian. Yeah, because they were called Colombian. Pre-Columbian. Maybe it's pre-Columbian, maybe not. I don't know. But Encanto seems cool, and I'm interested in that. But until then, thank you guys. Thank you to anybody tuning in or watching this after the fact. This has been Deer and Projector Lights, and I'm gonna sign off and give my poor voice a rest.